Good morning and welcome to Weymouth. I'm here at the Franklin Pickleball event in Dorset for the first leg of the 20 tour. My name is Chris. Lots of this set 2 days, and I'm joined by Nick Hobbit, co-commentator for the day. Nick, how are you doing?
Yeah, good morning, Chris. Looking forward to the first Franklin Pickleball Tour event of 2025 for pickleball.co.uk and court events here down on the south coast, live from Weymouth. And we've got a stacked draw in our 4.5 division. Chris, first match getting us underway shortly, involving some of the top players in the UK.
Yeah, we're in for a treat this weekend for sure. We will be streaming throughout the weekend, starting off with this 4.5 plus 18 plus men's division. Our opening match is going to be between Ed Hares and Tom Turney, who are warming up to the left of your screen, and Ed Hill and Jack McGregor, who are warming up to the right. That's what we can expect from the four players on court today.
Well, Tom Turney is all about action and explosion. One of the most talented players we've got on the shores here in the UK, currently playing in the PPL Premier Division. He'll be playing alongside his partner, Ed Hares. Ed, the founder of the PPL Premier here in the UK and playing in that Premier Division as well. Both incredibly experienced players, talented, and have got all of the shots in order to go deep in this competition. They're up against Jack McGregor. Jack's made the step from the Challenger Division this year into the Premier. He's all the way from Scotland to the South Coast here in England, and his partner, Ed Gatesill, who's making a foray into the 4.5 division today alongside his partner Jack. I know Ed's got aspirations to enhance his game and develop. He'll be playing in some pickleball competitions this year, so I'm expecting the standard to be high. I'm expecting the competition to be high. And it's a short race, isn't it, with the format in these early games?
Yeah, very much so. So we will be playing first to 11. We're by one in these group games. Two teams are just working out who's going to be serving first. You might have noticed that there's a hat. We've got some tracksuit bottoms going on, Nick. We've got a bit of hand blowing. It's not the warmest down here in the south coast this morning. And as one of the players said, has just confirmed, it is free. So we're about to get underway. Ed Hares looks like he's got the ball in hand and will be serving first. On the top end of your screen, if you don't recognise the players, you've got Ed Gatesill to the left, Jack McGregor to the right in the darker top. And at the bottom of your screen, Ed Hares about to serve with Tom Turney on the left. And a very good start there, Nick. Very good control from both teams. And then Turney putting the volley down to the right-hand side of Ed Gatesill. And a good drive again from Turney, forcing the error from Gatesill, the volley just going wide and off court. I think we're going to be in for a good one here, Nick. It's looking like a standard.
Turney and screen.
Driving the third into the net there. So side out, the ball's now with Gatesill. We have our first cracked ball of the morning. Do you think the temperature might have a bit of an effect on the amount of balls we're going to go through today, Nick?
Yeah, cold temperatures down here on the south coast. We're looking at temperatures around 3 to 4 degrees, and sometimes Franklin X40 has a tendency to crack on occasions when temperatures dip so low, but plenty in supply, Chris, so no need to worry, and we're off and away again. Gates still serving. And the pop-up there from Gatesill is exploited by Turney. Brentwood at the kitchen line for Turney on that occasion.
Fantastic exchange. Turney with a smash down the middle. Some good hands from both sides there, but again, the pop-up coming up in each of the exchanges so far, and Turney with a middle of the court. From McGregor at the kitchen there. Some very good drives already from Ez and Turney, really putting their opponents under pressure. Drive long there from Turney. Good call from McGregor. Good judgment. His first serve of the day into the net. Just wide there from Gatesill. Slight space for him to drive down the line, but not quite accurate enough on that one. Passes over to McGregor. What deep serve, right on the line.
Yeah, big serve from McGregor, catches the line.
McGregor causing a few problems early on. It is very powerful, and again, I think the conditions might be benefiting him here.
Yeah, not quite on an acrylic surface here either, Chris. Ball just got a tendency to skid off.
And with that skiddy nature that we're likely to see, again, the confidence probably playing a part in that. Do you think we're likely to see more of a power game from players today?
Yeah, you can expect to see a few more drives, that's for sure.
Just wide there from Turney. Good power again from McGregor. Once again, the serve caused some problems. Turned it around to a 5-3 lead now.
Great defence from McGregor, but not able to stop the onslaught from Tom Turney at the kitchen line on that occasion. Great play from McGregor, though. Dominant in his serve, gives them a 2-point lead.
Yeah, they'll be back so far. Quite pleased that Ed Hares was able to get a paddle on that one, Nick. That was heading straight towards us in the commentary booth. Might have lost the laptop and everything there.
Yeah, that ferocious forehand of McGregor. McGregor, who of course is ranked nationally in the sport of badminton. Was playing in Nottingham only last week in the UK Championships. So multi-talented across various sports.
That one just clipping the top of the net there. So Gatesill on the second serve.
And again, Chris, the points won just off the backhand of McGregor there. Just the pop-up allows Turney and Hares just to become aggressive at the kitchen line. Nice topspin from McGregor in the put-away, piercing the partnership of Turney and Hares on that occasion. And that ball just sailed wide from McGregor.
Yeah, relentless work with his hands there from Ed Hares. Just punishing again, Gatesill on the backhand side there. and then finding the gap down the middle to drive home the winner, which brings the game level.
Great defence initially from Hayes, but it's McGregor with the power once again.
You can certainly see that element of power from McGregor there, and he's got the badminton background. I've tended to notice in the game of pickleball that when it's on the smash side, the badminton players have that extra little bit because of the flick of the wrist. Yeah, and you're able to see that perfectly there with the smash put to the right hand side of Ed Hayes there. Nice disguise that time from McGregor, clipping the paddle, and we have the turnaround, Nick. There was a 6-5 game to McGregor and Gateshill at the moment, very close, nip and tuck. There's been a couple of runs of momentum, but they've changed quite quickly. What have you noticed so far, Nick?
Standard high, Chris. Standard's good. I think both players are making their opponent play as often as they can, and when they get the opportunity to put the ball away, you can clearly see that Gateshill and McGregor have settled into the game and figured out a strategy that's reliant on power here.
Unfortunate there from Turney. A little bit of a net cord there, just changing the dynamic of that exchange. Went across, but wasn't able to get the ball back over the net. Good play there by Turney. Puts the ball in. Looked like it could have just been going wide, but clips the line. So they will be pleased with how they've started there.
2-point game on second server, make that a 3-point game, and all of a sudden McGregor and Gateshill have got the ascendancy in this fixture. I like that play from Turney to the backhand of McGregor. That's where they've found most success against his team so far.
Nice bit of disguise there, Nick, as well. I felt that he gave him a bit of the eyes, just moved him to get that base. Yeah, ball just popping up a little bit there from Turney, giving Gateshill up to drive to the toes of Ed Hayes. McGregor dealing with the backhand attack at that time. Is back with Ed Gateshill. 3-point lead on serve.
Just slightly missed time from Turney on that occasion, and he knows it. And make no doubt about it, Chris. Turney and Hayes would have been favourites to win this tie.
And McGregor just pulling that one slightly wide. Onto the second serve, though. That's 2 points away from the first victory of the day, ball in hand.
I feel like there's a big story unfolding here. Our very first fixture, live in Weymouth.
Just driven long there from McGregor. Getting the feeling, though, that Turney and McGregor much better than they were earlier in the exchanges. Wow, it was a nice exchange, Nick.
Yeah, great patience from all players. McGregor coming out on top of the dinking battle.
Yeah, disappointed with that. Did really well to get the serve back, and then they just passed it straight over. Once again, 2 points for victory.
9-5-2, 2 points away from victory for Gateshill and McGregor. And again, Turney fails to punish the pop-up above the left shoulder, sends the ball flying into the net.
pop up there to drive down to the toes once again. Now or never for Turney, really.
What a great shot from Tom Turney from the left foot, straight down the middle, raises the ball past the flaring forehand.
That ball came back with a bit more, to it is fair to say. Lob up there from Tom Turney, smashed with authority by Jack McGregor, and the ball has gone at least 4 courts back in this venue.
Brings up match point for an impressive Gateshill and McGregor.
Were there by heads, forcing the error from Gateshill, who won but was unable to control the second shots.
And that is it. That is the match for McGregor and Gateshill in somewhat of a surprise here in our first encounter live down in Weymouth. Congratulations to McGregor and an impressive to Turney and Hares, but something tells me, Chris, will be seeing Turney and Hares later on today.
Oh, most certainly. What I liked about the end there was that it was once again the power of McGregor's serve that actually won the final points. And there was a few serves earlier in the game that really did change the dynamic of that match with, again, the power of McGregor, the conditions, the skiddy surface. Hares and Turney just struggling to cope with that at times. Quite an impressive start from the two players who, as you say, wouldn't have been favourites for that game by any stretch of the imagination. A bit of an upset in the first game of the day here in Dorset. We will be right back with our next group game.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of the game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. The around the post or ATP is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error.
And welcome back to the Dorset, where we have our second game of the day. They're getting straight underway. We have Louis Belson and Tim Spurway on the far side of your screen against Harry Feast and Callum Matthew at the near side of your screen. Tim in the red in the top left, and it's Louis Belson on serve at the moment. This promises to be another good game in the 18 plus, 4.5 plus men's division here in Weymouth. And of course, Nick, we saw Louis and Tim do very well in Southampton at the end of last year.
Yeah, last tour event of 2024 in Southampton. The first tour event here in Weymouth. It's nice to see Spurway and Bell step up from the 4-0 division. 4-0 winners, Southampton, now playing 4-5.
And they'll be pleased to have got a couple of points on the board early. But Matthew then just with the opportunity to send his smash down to give us their first points. Callum Matthew, left-handed today. And his drive just going in. Here, Harry Feast now ball in hand.
It's a great shot. Great cross court.
For the morning so far there from Louis Belson. It was not a bad cross court as well from Belson. That'll give him a lot in this game. And Spurway just with his cross court dink hitting the net there. But start from both teams. I think we're going to be on for another high quality game here in Dorset. Belson just lifting that one out to the right hand side of Callum Matthew.
He's serving, background in tennis, been playing tennis since the age of 4, transferring those skills brilliantly to Pickleball, currently part of the PPL Challenger division here in the UK. I happen to know as well, Chris, that Feast and Matthew have warmed up for this by watching the full trilogy of Disney's Pixar's Cars.
I mean, if you were to prepare for a tournament, Nick, I mean, I don't know what you were doing last night, but I was just so I could be on the same page as Matthew and Feast when we got to the venue today. Fantastic movie. Lots of coaching you can take, which I'm sure includes a Feast just demonstrated beautifully to the right-hand side of Louis Belson. It's 2-all, and you're getting more little tidbits of database of information. Nick is on co-commentary with me this morning. Players just confirming the score. We also do have it right here at 2-2. Spurwell again, just with a dink, finding the net. Nice hands there from Spurway, dealing with the drive from Matthew comfortably, placing the ball down to the feet of Harry Feast, who was unable to get it back up over the net. So we have a side out. And just long there from Matthew. 1 point difference then early in this game, 3-4. Nelson just driving in there. Spurway on serve. Nice deep serve from Spurway. Belson unfortunately unable to take advantage of his partner's good work there. Nick, any thoughts on the changes of this encounter?
Slightly sketchy at times, Chris, but I can expect that from Spurway and Belson stepping up to this level for the first time. Great play from Belson there, keeping Feast out wide.
Belson certainly of the two players looks pretty good in times. Spurway driving there, went long. Sounded like there might have been a clip on the paddle. In fact, yes, there was. Nice. It's nice disguise. Opened up the space with the eyes and then just played it down the line. Good work.
Particular strength of Harry Feast is that double-handed backhand.
It's not helping Belson. That one, I think, it's skid that we were seeing earlier on, and we're probably going to see quite a lot over the course of the morning. Good work. The start, Matthew there. Feast on serve. Unsuccessful.
Again, all four players struggling to find a rhythm at the minute in this game.
Yeah, we've seen moments in this game. There's been quite a lot of other unforced errors as well. So, not really yet. And quite a few side outs without the score changing as well, which is never really a good sign. Harry Feast.
Puts Balson out wide. Balson can't keep it low in the kitchen. And, that's bread and butter for Feast.
Left a bit of a gap. Matthew tried to exploit it, but just wide. Unlucky. Belson just unable to get to the situation. but was unable to get back and get underneath the ball.
An accidental lob there from Feast. And the ATP is called in. It's showtime here in Weymouth for Harry Feast. Spurway not able to defend. Great control, great poise, great positioning from Feast.
2 minutes past 9, folks, and we've had the first ATP of the morning, which has brought out the first showtime of the morning from Nick Hobbs. Certainly going to get Nick warmed up. And probably Harry Feast as well, because it was a wonderful shot, Nick.
Like I say, great control by Feast. The key there is just wait before you attempt that around the post shot.
It's quite often the case after a wonderful shot, isn't it, Nick? The adrenaline's there, feeling like you're in, and then the basics all the way on that next shot.
Composure, opportunity to reset.
Good work. So to recover and to get the drive down, Louis Belson. Yeah, Matthew just putting that one more. Seemed to be there a bit too eager, a bit too quick, not enough control.
Play Balson though, choosing to drive on the third. And again, the drive on the third brought about the opportunity. The ball was possibly going out. It was played by Balson. And as a result, they lose that particular point. But the third shot drive, Chris, proving successful.
Yeah, it does feel like it is a day for drive. Anybody watching on the street, take that little bit of information forward into your games this afternoon. Good, consistent pressure there from Spurway, forcing the error.
Great control from Spurway on the volleys. Not looking to do too much with them.
Go to the legs of Spurway, who correctly pulls that ball. Move on to the second serve. Still a 2-point difference, but they're chipping their way back into this game. Unlucky there, Louis Belson. Good exchange, good bit of pace on the ball, and he just clipped the top of the net there.
Again, Chris, it's the third shot drive that allows Belson and Spurway the opportunity to get to the kitchen, work through the transition zone, get to the non-volley line.
Nice from Matthew. Had a bit of a banana curve on that one. Nick took it away from Belson, who was looking for the forehand return, but the ball more and more to the middle of his body. One of those short returns of serves there from Spurway, that can cause you more problems than you would expect.
Yeah, you've got to get right underneath those, bend your legs, lift the ball up.
Like he was in complete control at that point. He was moving Spurway the way he wanted, created the opportunity he was looking for, but unable, and hitting the net once again.
Yeah, that's great play from Spurway. Initially, the third shot, cross court, gets himself to the kitchen line and plays a lovely topspin attacking dink, Chris.
Played against him quite a few times myself. He's very controlled. Great shot down the line by Spurway. He is starting to motor in this game, Nick.
Yeah, Spurway has come alive just at the right moment here.
And unfortunately, that dropped just a bit too high there. Beast attacking very, very quickly, forcing Belson wide, unable to deal with it. But we're on a second serve, and it's a 1-point difference now. They are still chipping their way at this lead. Yeah, good work again there from Feast. Matthew and Feast just look very, very controlled at that kitchen line, Nick. They're moving their opponents around the way they want.
Yeah, they're very balanced at the non-volley zone, and every shot they hit is with a purpose.
So Feast and Matthew just getting another point lead there. Crucial moments. Spurway just clipping the net. Double bounce there before Feast could get to the ball.
Yeah, tape coming to the aid of Spurway and Balson here in what feels like a pretty important exchange this point.
Good drive by Feast, Nick.
Yeah, straight down the middle of the court. Balson caught out wide off the return of serve. Spurway tries to step across, but not in time.
So Matthew and Feast 2 points away from victory now.
Now the play here from Balson and Spurway has got to be third shot drive. Get yourself to the kitchen line. Get yourself in the rally. Big plays coming up. The drive was on, Chris. The drive was on, but Spurway just sends that ball long.
He does, and there was a miscommunication between Feast and Matthew as well there, Nick, which created a massive amount of real estate for Spurway to attack. But as you say, just a bit too much. Nice controlled drive volley there from Feast, forcing the ball low to the ankles of Spurway, who was unable to return it.
Great setup, great play from Feast.
Yeah, he's really impressed me in this game, Nick, I have to say. He's been probably the dominant player on court. They managed to get out of that last service exchange with Spurway and Belson with no damage done, and now they are 1 point from victory.
Match point. Great speed up.
Good work from Belson there. Good work from Belson. They need to get this back in their hand, of course. And now's the time to take risks that they might not have taken earlier.
Second match point for Matthew and Feast. Great defence.
Good work again by Feast. And that's we have our second victors of this group stage. Good work by Feast and Matthew. But Spurway and Belson can take a lot of positives from that game. First step up into the 4.5 division. Nick, what did you think of them?
Yeah, no, a great effort from Balson and Spurway. I think when they look back at the footage, Chris, they will reflect on an opportunity perhaps to drive a little bit more regularly on third shots, given the conditions that we've seen early on here live in Weymouth. But ultimately, they don't look out of their depth in this division after winning the 4-0 in the last tour event of 2024. So pleasing for them that they're competitive, and I'm sure they'll remain competitive throughout the day. But ultimately, the performance of the match goes to Harry Feast, who shows a great deal of finesse, a great deal of control, and just puts a lot of balls in play on court.
Very much so. Good work by Harry Feast and his partner Callum Matthews. So we'll be back shortly with the next game here on Show Court in the Pickleball event, Franklin in Dorset.
The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through, The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused a deciding error in this example. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team.
Back to the Franklin Pickleball event here in Dorset, on the south coast of England in the UK, a little place called Weymouth, where it is a little bit warmer in the summer, it is fair to say, Nick, as we stand up here. If we are shivering on the live stream, I do apologise, people. But feel for the players, who are Louis Belson very bravely going with the t-shirt and shorts combination, as are his two opponents. Tim Spurway being a little bit more sensible, I would say, with the red and black.
Yeah, we've got Gatesell and McGregor serving to get us underway here in this 4.5 men's open encounter.
From Gatesell driving to the toes of Spurway. We just saw Spurway and Belson on the live stream, of course, and they came out the wrong side of their opening match. They were looking to get their first victory today. Supporting us in the first morning.
Yeah, very much so, beating the experienced partnership of Turney and Hares. I think McGregor and Gatesell again will fancy themselves to record a second victory in this tournament.
Bill's return just going along there. And again. Consistent play there from Gatesell. Just forcing the error from Spurway. But I have to say, Nick, I'm really impressed with how Louis Belson stepped up so far this morning. He's playing a nice range of different shots with a lot of consistency now.
Just as you say that, Chris, the dreaded commentator's curse hits you, but generally speaking, you're right, Chris. The consistency from Belson has been impressive this morning.
And there we have that powerful serve from McGregor that we were talking about in the first game again. On this surface, in these conditions, it's skidding low, but it's coming with so much power. It's difficult to get under it to get it back up again. Good power once again from McGregor. Out wide to the backhand of Spurway.
That goes long on this occasion from McGregor. And in order to stop the onslaught of power from McGregor. Belson and Spurway just going to need to consider perhaps their returns and ensuring it goes deeper into court. Chris?
Well, Spurwell will be disappointed there. That was actually quite an intelligent return, I felt. It was a little bit wider to Gateshill that time, and then he had the opportunity to get to the non-volley zone, but just didn't execute the way he would have wanted. Yeah, and Belston just popping the ball up there. Almost impossible then to deal with the next one, which sails long. That one just didn't sound good off the paddle at all, Nick, did it?
And return to the issue here for Balson and Spurway. They've got to keep the ball on court and they've got to ensure that it's as deep as possible just to arrest the power of McGregor and stop Gateshill from exerting that control.
So players just working out where they need to be after the change round. It's 6-2 to McGregor and Gateshill.
Unbelievable reactions from McGregor. Great defence from both players. But
Good.
ultimately Spurway just fires that ball to the line.
Yeah, good attacking shot there from Spurway, but really, really top defence there, particularly from Jack McGregor. There was one backhand reset there. That was a different level. All came from a good, deep, on-the-line serve there from Belson. The return being what they wanted to be able to then put the pressure back on Gateshill. 3-point difference now. Excellent return from McGregor, though. Nick, looked like it clipped the line from up here.
Yeah, and that's the difference in quality at the minute. The return of serve. McGregor we see catching the line on the opposite side of the court where Balson Spurway struggled before the turnaround.
Just long. Nice bit of control play from Belson to create the opportunity. Just a fraction long. He'll be disappointed to see that. Spurway again, just demonstrating good work on volley zone, controlling that rally. A good call there from McGregor. Gateshill, for some reason, looking like he might have been tempted by that ball, but Belson berating himself for the lack of control.
It's a big serve that stays low. It skids. Belson just probably needs to take a step or two back and hope to hit that ball at its highest point after the bounce.
I don't think there is a highest point though, Nick, to be honest with that serve. It's so low that they're almost a player from down by their ankles. Just long there from Gateshill. Lou Belson will serve. 4-point difference. Good call from the back of the court there, letting that ball go long. Very underrated skill in pickleball, isn't it, Nick? No, when to leave the ball. You can pick up a lot of points just by being good at that.
Can indeed. And you notice the partnership of Spurway and Belson are highly effective at communicating with each other. Into out forehand volley from McGregor. Great defences from Spurway and Belson, but the into out forehand from McGregor's lovely.
He sent me the wrong way, Nick. I was expecting it to go to the other side of the court. Great shot. from Gateshill there. That's probably my favourite third shot drop of the day, actually. So controlled, big width, and then forcing the error from the opponents. Great work. Unfortunate for Gateshill there, because his reset was really top quality, but unfortunately wasn't able to follow up with a solid dink in the next phase.
Big serve coming.
Good work again from McGregor and Gateshill. The serve of Jack McGregor really is an absolute weapon for today, I think, Nick.
Yeah, and that brings up match point here.
Just long that time, though. It's worth taking those risks, though, and going for that. When you know the potential for getting the ball is so big, you can keep giving it as much as he's giving it.
The reward is definitely there for McGregor on that big serve.
Good work again from Gateshill. Just a volley into an area of Belton's body where it's difficult to deal with.
Belson this time tries the big serve down the centre line, just sends it wide. So more match points for McGregor and Gateshill. And there we go. That is the match. It's the second win of the day for McGregor and Gateshill. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to frustrated Spurway and Belson, who grew their luck on that occasion, but ultimately impressive from McGregor and Gateshill.
Yeah, very, very good from McGregor and Gateshill again. They've really impressed me so far this morning. I think Belson and Spurway will really be disappointed with that, though, because after such a positive showing in their first, a little bit out on court there, Nick.
Yeah, their standard just dropped slightly, struggled to deal with the onslaught of the McGregor serve, the power of the McGregor serve on the surface, but nevertheless, they will be back, I'm sure, with a fighting chance later on today.
Most certainly. We'll be back shortly with the next game here in Dorset.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error.
Welcome back to Weymouth, folks. And we've got our next group game in the 18 plus 4.5 plus men's. And we've got two new teams on court here, Nick. We have James Lofthouse and Scott Lofthouse about to serve and get us underway against Daniel Wren and James Matthew.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, Chris. Some talented players on show. Great exchange here. Yeah.
And nicely put away by Lofthouse in the first exchange of the morning. Lofthouse looking resplendent in his pink shorts, Nick, it has to be said. Sponsored by Pickleball, which I'm going to say is my own brand.
I wondered how long it would be, Chris, before you mentioned the pink on show.
You've got to take these opportunities when they are there. Also looking lovely in his, what would you call that?
Turquoise, I think, Chris, turquoise. Not as fetching as the pickleball pink, of course.
Glad you thought that, Nick. Glad you thought that. So we've had a good start to this game. Right there, hitting the top of the net.
Great footwork from Lofthouse. Dances around the kitchen. Pierces the volley down the line. Back behind Matthew.
Lofthouse is very much his movement on court. He is very good at getting around the surface. I'm looking forward to seeing how him and Mayo play today. I believe it's the first time they've entered an event together, certainly the 4.5 level. Could be a good pairing moving forward.
Yeah, this will be a tough matchup though. Matthew and Wren, very experienced. See Matthew dancing around the kitchen himself and just misses the backhand roll at the kitchen line.
Mayo's shot just hitting the middle of the net there on that occasion. One thing you get from Lofthouse when you're on court with him, Nick, is always talking, always encouraging, lots of good positive information being exchanged. Very good partner to have when you're playing with him.
Yeah, good communicator, brings a lot of energy to the court. Got Daniel Wren on serve, who for such a young player, Chris, seems to have been around for a number of years in the pickleball scene here in the UK now.
Good speed up there from Team Lofthouse and Mayo. Got 2-point advantage at this point. Good return from Mayo, forcing the error from James Matthew. So I'd say Matthew and Wren are just struggling to find a foothold, struggling to settle a little bit in this game early doors.
Yeah, just feeling their way into the game here on show court, that's for sure. Lofthouse with a shot for the cameras and the tweener between the legs.
The showman, James Lofthouse, loves pulling out little bits and pieces like that over the course of a game. Found there by Matthew. It was a good exchange, some speed ups and good resets, good tactical play, but then the opportunity to go into out came along, and Matthew.
Yeah, great use of angles on court from Matthew.
Good drive, Scott Mayo. Nice Ernie in there from Lofthouse earlier in the exchange as well. Starting to enjoy this game, Nick.
Yeah, standards high, standards good.
Lofthouse think looking to go straight to Matthew, top of the net. And Ren and Matthew now have a small advantage, a single point lead.
Comes from greater consistency in the game.
Mistake again. Just clipping the net.
A great third shot from Matthew though, causing Lofthouse to bend into the non-volley zone. Great footwork from Daniel Ren, just puts it back behind Lofthouse, and Matthew and Ren are ticking, Chris.
They certainly are. That was great footwork there from Ren to come all the way over to the middle of the court and take control. But good work from Lofthouse there as well, relentlessly driving the ball down to the toes of James Matthew. So side out, Lofthouse on serve. Lovely backhand flick there from James Matthew. Just a fraction too high from Scott Mayo, allowing him to go on the attack, but he's executed beautifully.
Great defence, and Mayo puts it away at the feet of Matthew. Great reactions from Mayo, Chris.
Absolutely fantastic shot. We've got to give credit to the reflexes, the shot before as well, which gave him the chance then to get the shot in for the cameras. What a touch there from James Matthew. Scott Mayo, adrenaline flowing from the previous shot. Matthew has just put him straight back in his place for that one.
Soft hands, Matthew. Great control on the volley. Nice backspin return from Mayo. Just causes that ball to skid more than usual, like we've seen, Chris. Stays a little bit lower, and Matthew can't deal with that return. Interesting strategy from Mayo.
I'm surprised we've not seen a little bit more of the slice so far today, Nick, with the propensity of this ball to keep low and to skid a little bit.
So a non-scoring side out just gives the ascendancy back to Mayo and Lofthouse, who will look to close the gap here.
He's got a very, very nice touch at the non-volley zone, hasn't he, James Matthew?
I like his solid base. He keeps the upper part of his torso perfectly still and just allows his paddle to cushion the ball into a difficult area. And Mayo struggled to return. But yeah, just great technique from Matthew on the defensive volley.
Another non-scoring side out there. Yeah, touch by Scott Mayo. Ball just clipping the line. Second serve with James Matthew. And we've seen that again there. Good court coverage from Daniel Ren. Just coming across, getting on the volley, flipping the line, incredibly close, but in.
Yeah, applying that top spin to that volley as well.
Work again by Scott Mayo. That slice lower return in play once again. Set him up to take control of the points. Lofthouse unable to lift that ball high enough into the non-volley zone. We're on the second serve, 3-5. And just long again. Lofthouse struggling with his serve a little bit today. I think that might be the fourth one that hasn't quite gone as he would have wanted. Good drive from James Matthew to the backhand of Lofthouse, forcing there, and we have the turnaround, Nick. One thing I wanted to ask you about, Nick, looking at the technique of the forehand of James Matthew at the kitchen line when he's on the dinking side, keeps his elbow really beautifully tucked in. There's such consistency in the form when he's playing that shot.
Yeah, he's got great positioning and great technique on that particular shot, like you've pointed out, Chris. Tries not to allow too much space between the elbow and the body, which generates more movement and more components moving than is required. So technically, very astute.
Lofthouse going on the attack there, clipping the top of the net once again.
And firstly, Chris, if we see Lofthouse on that volley there, you can see different parts of his body moving as he plays that shot. He likes to cut the back leg up in the air, or his head might switch from left to right. It's quite an explosive player, Lofthouse, and Matthew just looks for that more traditional, stable, static approach.
Right, and consistency, as we know, is absolutely key in this game. We're certainly seeing that from James Matthew in this one. The score is opening up now. A 5-point lead. And Lofthouse just clipping the pole in the middle of the net there. And suddenly, Matthew and Wren are only 2 points away from victory. Great retrieval there from Wren.
Ball still in play. Ball still in play.
Oh, and there we go. Great defensive work from both Matthew and Wren. But eventually, Mayo and Lofthouse able to put the ball away.
It was a great defensive lob from Lofthouse that wasn't read by Matthew initially. Great point here live in Weymouth.
Lovely touch at the non-volley zone there from Wren. Just that little drop volley. Mayo unable to get underneath it to retrieve the ball. Good work there from Klaus and Mayo. Ball going up to the right shoulder of Wren. Unable to control his volley. That's a point chipped away at the score then. So it's now 4-9. And Lofthouse, who struggled with the serve so far in this game, wants to keep the pressure on now. Yeah, not really enough control on the drop, which allowed Wren to keep Mayo at the back of the court and force yet another error. 2 points away from victory, ball in hands.
Yeah, that's a lovely backhand from Lofthouse. The roll, the positioning, the low to high, the angle of the paddle, and the placement of the ball is just lovely. Just checking the ball. I think we've got our second cracked ball of the day. Chris?
Yeah, Mayo just going off to get another one in. I was actually expecting more to have gone so far, Nick, and we're an hour and 15 minutes into the day's event, and this is only the second ball change.
And let me tell you, Chris, it's not warming up at all here.
Guys, what I was saying is actually getting a little bit colder, Nick, and we've been very, very kindly treated to hot drinks as this morning goes on, but I think we might need that heater as well. If anyone's feeling like popping down to Dorset and bringing an electric heater, you would become the most favourite people here today.
Live with James Lofthouse. What an ATP, what a rally. Great win for all players.
My favourite exchange of the morning so far. Great work at the kitchen teams, and then a superb ATP to clinch that rally.
Point of the day bar none. Can Lofthouse and Mayo follow it up? Great defences.
Poor choice of shot there from Scott Mayo, Nick. The lob, rarely good option there, unless you execute it to absolute perfection.
Stay patient, Mr. Mayo. Patience.
Recovery dink there from Matthew, because it was a good wide approach from Mayo, which put him under pressure, but he's dealt with it well, and he's passed that pressure back and forced the error from Mayo.
2 points from victory here then for Matthew and Ren. Ren dominating the centre of the court there on the backhand side. Brings up match point for the partnership. Ren just failing to bend his legs on that occasion. Chris, get below the fly to the ball.
Again, and we're seeing today that we've really got to get underneath that ball on this surface. A couple of lazy shots there, I'm going to say.
Casual from the boy.
From Lofthouse there, Nick.
I like the way he works his way through the transition zone, right from the baseline up to the non-volley zone there. Chris, impressive stuff from Lofthouse yet again.
Return just going wide from Matthew. They would have hoped to have closed this game out by now, and the ball's still in hand with Mayo. Oh, good speed up from Mayo initially, but then carried away with the next ball.
Great defences from Daniel Ren on the speed up. And then Mayo just not able to put the volley away, but speed up initially was a great strategy from Mayo, counteracted by the fast reactions of Ren.
And serve just going long there. So, match point once again to Ren on serve. And Matthew's drive just clipping the tape, so they get a second of this cherry. Looking to get over the line now.
Yeah, it's their 4th match point. Can they get the job done at the 4th time of asking? No, they can't. So opportunity knocks here for the partnership of Mayo and Lofthouse.
Got to take this one.
I almost don't want this to be over, Chris. It's been entertaining enough.
A lack of patience there from Lofthouse, probably feeling like they've got to keep pushing if they're going to turn this one around.
Ambitious from Lofthouse, that's for sure. Back to what's worked for them, Chris. And keep these exchanges. On this occasion, and the speed ups when they're there seem to be being successful for Lofthouse and Mayo.
Yeah, very much so. He's controlled that point nicely, opened it up the way he wanted and put it away with aplomb. 2-point game. And now a 1-point game. Good, consistent work again from Mayo. Errors starting to sleep into the game of Matthew and Ren as they look to get the ball back in their hands.
All of a sudden, Chris, we've got a story unfolding here.
Mayo again just goes long with the volley though at a crucial moment. So, ball in the hand of Ren, match point again.
Match point number 5.
And this time it is over, Nick. A good drive there to the hip of Mayo, forcing the error. And, well, first of all, I think again went on longer than it was going to. Great effort by Lofthouse and Mayo to come back into it. But eventually, Ren and Matthew, probably rightly, getting it over the line.
Yeah, I think Ren and Matthew were definitely the better players in the start and the middle parts of that game. But I was impressed with the comeback from Lofthouse and Mayo, who, apart from some astonishing shot making from Lofthouse, showed a great strategy in keeping that ball in the kitchen at times and then choosing to speed up. Strategy I'm sure they'll look to deploy later on in their league matches.
Very much so. And we will be back on court in a few minutes with the next match in the men's 18 plus 4.5 category.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. for, people ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, but only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of the game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the...
Welcome back to Weymouth, everybody, here at the Franklin Pickleball event in Dorset. The first tour of the first event, I should say, of the Franklin 25. I'm Chris Boyman, I'm joined by Nick Hobbis, and we're looking forward to our next game in the 18 plus 4.5 plus men's tournament. Nick, who have you got on show in this one?
Yeah, we're back to Tom Turney and Ed Hares, the morning line favourites to win this division today, and now up against the very talented Harry Feast and Callum Matthey. Callum, brother of James Matthey, who we've just seen successful on court. And as we saw earlier in the first game of the day, it was a slow start for Turney and Hares. Chris, they'll be looking to kick off here a little bit quicker than they did first game this morning.
Most certainly. Noticing that Tom Turney is still very much in his hoodie and tracksuit. Their results may have warmed up as the day's gone on, but not the body temperature. Feast and Matthew looking a little bit more like they've got a sweat going, so they will be warm, I would imagine. This is going to be a good game, I think, Nick.
Yeah, the standard's going to be high here, Chris, that's for sure. We're looking forward to getting this one underway. So players decide who's going to take the serve and which end they'd like. It looks like it'll be Hares and Turney at the top of your screen. Turney wearing the hoodie, Hares in the black jacket, and at the bottom of your screen we've got Feast in green and Matthew in the grey hoodie. Oh, we can actually see Turney taking some clothes off.
He is ready for action, it is fair to say. He's looking like he's regretting that choice immediately, but he is certainly ready to play. On a serious point though, Nick, I was actually going to say that, personally, I would find it really difficult to play in hoodie and tracksuit bottoms in an actual tournament situation.
It restricts your movement, sure.
And a good early drive there from Callum Matthew, catching it a bit low for Turney to get it back up over the net, so an early side out. Is unable to get underneath the ball sufficiently. As driving down to the toes of Callum Matthew on that one. Ball Harry Feast in the green. Nice return from Hares, forcing the error on the third from Feast there. And Nick, of course, you, although you haven't today, often talk about the importance of serves, returns and thirds. They're going to need to get plenty of control on all of those in this one, aren't they?
Yeah, they definitely are. And as we can see there, it's great play from Ed Hares. 3 punishing volleys attacking the backhand of Feast. But no, you're right. And there we see an example of that, Chris. Serves, returns and thirds. Crucial.
A little bit lacking in patience there. Feast. We saw in one of the earlier games with Harry Feast that he has got the ability to play that down the line from there, but not the right choice on that occasion. Just going long there. Good body work from Ed Hares to be able to swerve the hip out of the way to let that ball go long.
Hares and Turney are just putting a lot of balls in play at the minute, Chris.
Good drive low down to Hares there for Feast. Hares looking for the tweener to get it back, but not coming off this time. Opportunity knocked there for Callum Matthew, but I think the eyes lit up a little bit too much. Unable to control the volley, and it goes into the net.
Shake and bake from Hares, or the Russian crush, he likes to call it. Not quite working out on this occasion.
Good work there from Matthew. Made the move, the attempted early, but the ball didn't end up with him. Matthew had to cope on his own and did it admirably. Good work.
It's a great attacking dink from Feast, putting lots of backspin on that. Hare's not able to cope. Brilliant play at the kitchen line from Feast.
Very close there from Matthew.
That ball's called out just sails wide, I think, Chris. So we're on second server here at 3-5. There's receiving.
Just slipping the top of the net there. Double backhanded. In terms of the third. Good work from the pair of Feast and Matthew there. It was a good team return that allowed them to get control. But a good deep serve that time from Hares, forcing the error.
We're seeing a very different Ed Hares and Tom Turney here compared with the first game of the day, Chris. Just putting a lot of balls in play, getting the basics right, making Feast and Matthew play on the opposite side of the court, and just mastering the basics.
Very much so. Very much so. Serve. Side out and a Feast. Good deep return again, forcing an error on the shot. Second serve.
The fourth missed third shot from the partnership of Feast and Matthew so far in this match. They'll need to improve that consistency if they're to work their way back into the tie.
I'm impressed you've been able to keep account of the error rate as well, Weymouth, alongside running the scoreboard and keeping your eye on the action. Top work. Delicate from Feast. Delicate. Good communication from Turney and Hares. Both thought they might get there, but just unable to get there in time. Great shot from Harry Feast.
I was just surprised, Chris, to see Hares keep up with Turney, to be honest with you.
Head start potentially.
Intruder on court there.
Obviously, with the temperature that we've mentioned once or twice today, it wouldn't be a streaker. Very much fully clothed, running across our camera there on centre court. Beast looking to drive, and another one to add to your error rate count there, Nick Obvious.
Cannot afford to miss third shots at this level.
Hares in complete control of that point throughout. They're really getting into their groove now, aren't they, Nick?
Yeah, they look composed. They look in control. Great return on that occasion from Feast.
Yeah, very
Turney
good.
trying to work his way around it to play the forehand cross-court drop.
Just long there from Matthew in that instance. 5-point lead for Hares and Turney.
Yeah, great defence from Hares. Got caught mid-court, but was able to defend that ball back into the kitchen zone.
Well, Hares and Turney brought themselves the right to that. Some great resetting work. Managed to keep in the point, and if you stay in the point, of course, you never know what might happen next.
Match point. And the net tape works in favour of Turney on that occasion. A comfortable victory for Turney and Hares, Chris.
Yeah, they looked like they've really got into their stride over the course of the morning. That result never really looked in doubt from the very, very early exchanges. Turney will be delighted that he's now able to get his hat and hoodie back on. And they will be very pleased with their little bit of work there over the last sort of 7 minutes or so.
Yeah, Chris, we said earlier we can expect to see them in the latter stages of the draw here live in Weymouth, and we won't be surprised to see them again on the live stream later, I'm sure. We'll be back right after this short break.
The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through, the goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back, as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2/6 left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
welcome back to Weymouth. We're live here with a 3.0 to 4.0 women's semi-final in our 18 plus category. At the top of your screen, we have the partnership of GC Gordon Colgrove and Snowber Ali. At the bottom of your screen, we have Lindsay Ewan and Dawn Webley. Looking forward to this one, Chris.
Oh, and there we go, Nick. Power from Webley. Cross court, great volley. She'll be very pleased to get that one on the live stream. Get the highlights sent over to her later.
Yeah, slightly reluctant when I spoke to them before the game about being on the live stream, but with performances like that, they've got no need to be afraid.
And a nice shot there from Gordon Colgrove. Down the middle.
So early exchanges in this one, Chris. All four ladies will be quite nervous being on the show court, of course, but a great opportunity for them in their important semi-final. It's one thing we love about the Franklin Tour events here in the UK. There's pickleball for everybody, all standards and all ages. You get the opportunity to look back on your performances with great delight here on the show court live in Weymouth.
Good work there from Ewan, jamming the ball down to the toes of Colgrove Gordon.
And that lob just goes long from Ewan. Great return from GC Gordon Colgrove to the feet of Ewan on that occasion. Snowber Ali on the serve, just not able to get the third in play. And there we see first point on the board.
And the first point will always settle you down in any game, especially in a semi-final. All in a clip of the net there from Webley. So side out. She now has the ball in hand.
Great drive there from Ewan. I think our score might be wrong on the graphic here, Chris, but I'm sure we'll catch up shortly. We're on second serve, I know that.
And we'll get you that updated score just as soon as we can.
Great put away volley by Gordon Colgrove at the kitchen line there.
And the players are going to keep us guessing, Nick. The players are going to keep us guessing.
Yeah, nice cross court from Ewan.
And Webley just driving her volley into the net there. I believe that makes the score 4-1-2. Make that 5-1-2.
So it's Snowber Ali and Gordon Colgrove who are racing into the lead here from an RAF base not too far from Peterborough.
And we have the change around. And a 5-point lead for the pairing of Gordon Colgrove and
Yeah, that's a great shot from Snowber Ali. Great return from Lindsay Ewan. But it was Snowber Ali who just managed to work behind AJ Webley on this occasion.
And you're just sending that ball long on the volley, playing that volley very high up, which would suggest that maybe the ball was going out. And Webley just forcing her volley wide as well. This game is progressing at quite a rate now, Nick.
Yeah, this semi-final could be over in a rate of knots. What a great return, though.
Oh, and a good effort there from Gordon Colgrove. Did well on the shot before it, just unable then to control the double-handed backhand.
Great power from AJ Webley. Lindsay Ewan just puts that serve wide. I know she was very nervous before this, Chris, but she's got no need to be. Enjoy your pickleball. That's what we're here for.
To the net. Any idea where RAF Auchenbury is, Nick?
I think it's just outside Peterborough, Chris.
Good knowledge, good knowledge. Good work from Gordon Colbury.
Great rally live in Weymouth. Well played, Gordon Colgrove. Well played, Valley. That brings up match point, Chris.
Yeah, they've got a comfortable little margin here, so they'll still want to get it done nice and early, though. Oh, nearly the winning point of the game there, just clipping the net and taking it off court. And that'll be a side out, so probably now or never for Lindsay Ewan and her partner Webley. Good, powerful volley down the middle there from Gordon Colgrove.
Likes to be referred to as GC, she was telling me before the game, Chris.
GC, well, if we see her on court again before the end of the day, I will certainly... And a good drive again on the volley from GC.
Not sure if that's a squadron call code or not.
Maybe just a quicker way of saying Gordon Colgrove, I'm guessing, Nick.
Either way, it's match point here in the semi-final.
And another bite of the cherry needed for Team GC, Ali.
Echo, Yankee, Charlie, GC, get the job done, and they move on to the final. Well played, GC. Well played, Schnova, Ali. And let's not forget our losing semi-finalists still going to a third, fourth place playoff there, Chris.
Indeed.
And Webley. We'll be delighted just to get an opportunity to showcase here in Dorset.
Good luck to the players for their respective medal matches. We'll be back after this short break.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball. with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, but only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2/6 left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, but only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. The around the post or ATP is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage.
Welcome back to Weymouth here in the Franklin Pickleball event in Dorset. The first leg of the 2025 Franklin Tour. And Nick, we're moving on to the 18 plus 4.5 plus men's semi-finals. Who have we got in action for this one?
Yeah, intriguing semi-final coming up, that's for sure. The already well-touted Jack McGregor and Ed Gatesill will be facing Daniel Wren and James Matthew. And I'll be honest with you, Chris, I struggled to pick a winner here.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one, Nick. We've been really impressed with both pairs so far, haven't we? Gatesill and McGregor winning both the games that we've seen them on court. And we've only seen Wren and Matthew once, but they were very good in that performance as well. Yeah, as you say, struggle to pick a winner for this, but should be a good game either way.
I know one thing we can expect for sure, Chris, and that's speed and power, intensity off the paddle of Jack McGregor.
Yeah, most certainly. I've been so impressed by the quality of his serve so far today. Many points coming, just things that were unreturnable. It'll be interesting to see how that matches up against the very controlled game of Wren and Matthew from what we saw in their game that we had on court earlier.
Yeah, just speaking to the partnership of Dan Wren and James Matthew off court a few moments ago, they were saying how difficult they're actually finding conditions. They like to play a much more controlled game in and around the kitchen, but finding that ball just stopping a little bit low with the temperature and also the court conditions today, Chris.
Yeah, not the only people that find the conditions a little bit challenging, Nick. It's fair to say you're looking resplendent in your hat there to keep the head nice and warm. I'm regretting the choice of only a gilet, I have to say.
I'm just thinking about all of those events that are happening around the world at the minute, Chris, or have been happening. The Global Pickleball League in India, the PPA moving to Australia. There's a PPA event in Florida at the minute, and we're here in 3 degrees on the south coast of the UK.
They say a sport takes all sorts, and that is certainly what we've got at the minute. There's not even a little bit of jealousy when I look at the games being played in Arizona over the weekend.
Nevertheless, if there's anything you require to warm you up at home, then stay tuned for this one. We'll be getting underway in a couple of moments, I'm sure. Chris, I've been particularly impressed with the performance of Ed Gatesill today. Viewers at home might not know much about Gatesill, but he's a steady player who shows great control and keeps that ball in play quite a lot.
Yeah, steady's an excellent turn of phrase for Ed Gatesill. I've played against him a few times in the 4.0 category on his way up, and yeah, steady as anything. Makes so few mistakes. Balls keep coming back, and as you can see, as he's warming up here, he's got very nice poise and balance when he's playing any of his shots. Technically, I would say very sound.
Yeah, it's great to see players move through skill levels on the tour, Chris. What advice would you have for Ed if he was to improve upon one particular component of his game from what we've seen so far?
I would say without losing that element of steadiness or steady edge, we might want to start calling him. It's just then adding in that next level where you can actually be that aggressor in those moments as well. I think certainly on the time I stepped up once on the 4.5 level in Southampton, the biggest thing I saw was that just keeping the ball in play, because eventually the better players will find that way of exploiting you just being steady. So as he continues to progress, he wants to be a little bit more aggressive. But today he's got a really good advantage, Nick, in the sense that his partner is then the aggressor. So you've got the opportunity to be the player who keeps the ball in play, whilst then waiting for Jack McGregor maybe to be the one who puts his foot down and takes it on.
Yeah, it's a partnership that's worked really well today. And if we just talk briefly about Daniel Wren and James Matthew. Daniel Wren, like I said earlier, for such a young lad, is probably the most experienced player on court, Chris. We've seen him in a variety of tournaments throughout the course of the last few years. Really successful player in the Premier Pickleball League. What's impressed you most about him today?
First time I've seen him play, and slightly laconic style, I would say, and I think that can always be a good thing because there's the minimal movement. And we were talking about the game when they were playing Lofthouse and Mayo, where James Lofthouse is a player that he's explosive and dynamic, and there's a lot of moving parts at the time. Whereas with Rennie, it's so minimal, and you can almost consider it casual or even at times lazy, but it's just minimal movement all the way through. I've also been really impressed with James Matthew, who's just got such consistency and touch and control on everything that he does. But we were just mentioning with Gatesell, he has also got that ability then to step it up and play the aggressive role, the aggressive shot to take the advantage that he might create with his consistent play.
So, all in all, we're pretty much set for a competitive semi-final here in our 4.5 plus men's division. At the top of your screen, it will be the partnership of McGregor and Gatesell. Gatesell sporting the white jersey, and at the base of your screen, got receiving Daniel Wren, and in the pink, James Matthew. Race to 11, semi-final here in Weymouth.
Straight away there, we can see Matthew getting on the offensive. A couple of nice resets. The ball's slightly too hard by Gatesell, and Matthew's able to punish down at the toast. And Gatesell returning the favour on that one. McGregor nice and pumped very early in this game, Nick.
Yeah, this one could get quite vocal, that's for sure. No, McGregor is excited for this one. Long way from home, of course, Chris.
Many miles done to get to Weymouth by Jack McGregor today. So he is fully entitled to get his full money's worth with all the vocals as well. That serve going wide, plenty of power, not the accuracy at that time.
Matthew staying in control of the volleys, just keeping Gatesell back. That ball's called in. Just waited for the right ball there, Chris. I like the patience from Matthew.
Good patience once again. Doing well to get the ball in, but probably would have wanted to do a little bit more with one of those resets. Good drop there from Matthew, forcing Gatesell into the double-handed dink error. Good serve from Wren, nice and deep. McGregor unable to get his return over the net. Gatesell just clipping the net cord on that one, made it difficult for Matthew to respond. Ball inspection, Nick. No, we're good to go.
2 unreturned serves from McGregor. I think there's a clear strategy here, Chris, from Matthew and Ren. We're going to try and deploy a tactic where Gateshill hits the majority of the balls.
But on that occasion, good work to protect his partner. Gave them the advantage of that point, opened the court up, and Gateshill was able to put the winner away. Nip and tuck so far, Nick, in this semi-final.
Yeah, we haven't seen some of the extended rallies we saw earlier on today.
McGregor laughing that one off, disappointed with his drive going to the bottom of the net that time. Going to the ATP there, Matthew, but unable to execute. The most vocal we've seen Jack McGregor so far this morning.
Yeah, he's definitely pumped for this semi-final. More home time than show time, though, for Matthew on the ATP attempt, Chris.
Always fascinates me, though, when you've got high-level sportsmen from the sport coming in, what they get like when it gets to the real business end of the tournament. We're in the semi-final now. McGregor's displaying a different attitude and thought than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, the psychology's changed, that's for sure.
Good backhand roll down the middle there from Jack McGregor.
Yeah, that's bread and butter for McGregor, the pop-up from Matthew. And that will always be punished at this level. And again, we see McGregor, although pumped, just sending one or two of those drives a little bit long.
Yeah, the slight aspect of control is missing, or the consistency as well as the control, I think, from McGregor there. Gateshill on serve.
Ren sets up the opportunity to punish and put the volley away, but just puts it into the bottom of the nets.
Gateshill's going to be wanting to reset a few more of those balls into the non-volley zone, though, isn't he, Nick? He's getting the back, but not doing enough to switch any pressure around.
Net cord off the serve.
Nice play from Matthew. Although he's got a benefit of a net cord there, he's opened space up beautifully with the dink to the right initially and then going straight back down the middle.
Yeah, just creating the space by moving Gateshill around. Great rescue from Matthew at the net. Hands from Matthew again. He's on the attack with Yerny and just sends it long, and you can see the disappointment etched all over his face, Chris.
That was the best exchange of the semi-final so far. Bit of everything in that point, Nick. What's the error?
The volley setup was again from Matthew, and he knows it. Great hands initially from Ren and Matthew. Gets the pop-up, but not able to punish.
Fractionally out there. Good call by Matthew, but McGregor is so close to an exceptional winner.
Fine margins, Chris. Fine margins here in our final live at the Weymouth Tennis Centre. And for the third time in the semi-final, Matthew sets the volley up and he's not able to play the finishing shot.
Made up for it with that one, though, I believe. Return just going long there. And we have a tied game in the semi-final at 5-all. One more point before we turn around, change of ends. Possibly just going wide, that set up by Gateshill. Wren played it, but then still forced the error from Gateshill, looking for the ATP hitting the post. So we change ends. Nick, what do you make of this semi-final so far?
Yeah, it's competitive, highly engaging, entertaining. In order for McGregor and Gateshill to go over the line ultimately, I'd like them to show a little bit more patience. I can see that McGregor's pumped psychologically, looking to get himself focused, but at times probably just needs to consider keeping that ball in play a little bit more. From Wren and Matthew's perspective, keep doing what you're doing, but just greater accuracy on the final shot of the rally.
Yeah, they've created several great situations, haven't they, Nick? And they're just not executed, but their game plan is working so far.
And that is executed. Make no bones about it. Daniel Wren with the forehand put away.
So 2-point advantage now in this men's semi-final.
Great footwork again from Daniel Wren. Not the first time we've seen that today. Dances along and punishes the volley back behind Gateshill.
He's seen that so early, Nick, and his footwork is exceptional to be able to get across. Flips the top of the post on that serve. Ball changes direction completely, but sails out.
Yeah, the anticipation by Daniel Wren is second to none.
Just took that little bit of a skid again there. That's sometimes where Wren's lack of body movement can play a bit of a negative part from there, not getting underneath the ball enough on that return. Good work once again, though. Pushing Gateshill wide. Nick.
Bit of big serve coming here from McGregor Chris. 5-8. And there we have it. It's the unturned serve.
They will find themselves back in this game.
Yeah, it's a great return. And just took a step back to receive the serve. Gets the return nice and deep. I was expecting the drive from McGregor, but he tries to drop and it goes into the net. And Gateshill just sends that long.
Nice exchange again.
Crucial stages now here in our semi-final.
That takes us up to a game, also a semi-final point, Nick.
Yeah,
Wren and Matthew 1 point away from a place in the final.
and there we have it, nice and controlled from Wren and Matthew, who ultimately proved too good for the partnership of Gateshill and a pumped McGregor. It's Wren and Matthew who advance into our final, and they will meet either Mayo and Lofthouse or Turney and Hares, who are just finishing their semi-final on court 2. We'll be back with the final, Chris.
No, certainly, we'll be looking forward to that one very much. And I think it's fair to say that the consistency of Matthew and Wren did the job in that one. Where McGregor's power that we were talking about for the game probably just lacked that element of control to get them through this one.
Yeah, nullified by the partnership of Wren and Matthew. Wren showing all of his experience. We look forward to the final, which we'll have coming up for you right after this short break.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, one either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. The around the post or ATP is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first.
Welcome back to Weymouth, everybody, where we have got the 18 plus 3.5 men's semi-final between Ford and Barnes and Confrey and Axford. At the bottom of the screen, we have got Ford in the red and black top and Barnes in the grey. At the far end of your screen, in the grey top, we have Axford and Confrey is serving. Nick, away we go.
Yeah, another opportunity here, Chris, for players to showcase their abilities at the lower levels. Opportunities for players on the Franklin Tour to develop their game. Very much a starting point for some players. Great opportunity for them to be able to look back on the live stream afterwards, Chris, and see where there might be some improvements and build upon those strengths.
Yeah, most certainly getting to watch your games back on video is a great advantage when you want to find out where you need to be working on, what you can take into your training week. And the 3.5 is it's a regular stopper for a lot of the players on the way up, Nick. I enjoyed a lot of the time at 3.5 and learned a lot in this category because it's where you really start to get into that real more properly competitive play, I would say.
Yeah, crucial stages of development for a 3.5 player moving through the ranks. And let's not forget, 3.5 players and around that mark, very much the bedrock of pickleball here in the UK.
Yeah, most certainly the biggest category, I would say, when it comes to the events. That's a nice bit of work there from Barnes, creating a gap down the middle, finishing off with the volley. And 1-0-1, the players are just telling us on course.
Yeah, great footwork from Barnes in order to get that volley. Nice third as well, just sends the reset long on this occasion. So it'll be forward serving.
Nice bit of play there from Adam Confrey. Very good return. Opened himself up there to roll the volley down the line. Very close on that service as well.
Yeah, I think it looked in. To be honest with you, Chris, that ball looked in.
I think, bear in mind we have the benefit of the cameras there. I think we can agree that did just clip the line, but it's quite difficult when you play.
Yeah, it's sometimes not easy to call those balls accurately, but as ever, the call stays with the opposing team. Confrey just milling that one over in his head, though. Great third shot.
Nice exchange, that. Nice exchange. Good first shot drop initially there, but Confrey and Axford getting into control, and Confrey again showing that left-hand volley down the line. Nice bit of play. Quite impressed with him so far, Nick.
Yeah, able to generate quite a lot of topspin on that left-hand volley.
And just putting a bit of pressure on Ford there was Axford. Barnes again with that. Sorry.
Yeah, Barnes with a defensive. Barnes with a defensive volley. You were right, Chris.
Myself, Nick. I do know the names of the players, and Barnes there with another good volley down the middle. Change of tactic there from Barnes. Got what he wanted as well. Axford unable to deal with it and hitting that shot into net.
Don't mind the ball return. Test the timing out of your opponent on that moon ball return. Chris ensures you've got time to get to the kitchen line, but just tests the striking of your opponent out. Nice third from Ford.
2-point gap opening up now for Ford and Barnes. Good drive again by Ford, forcing the error on the volley by Axford into the nets.
Drive from Ford. I like what you did there, Chris.
Just so it comes so naturally and smoothly, Nick. I didn't even realise myself on that one. Thank you for picking it up for the benefit of the viewers.
That ball just goes long from Confrey on this occasion. So is Barnes and Ford who race into a 4-point lead. Great control from Ford. Possibly hit a ball that might have been going wide there though, Ford, and Comfrey punishes with that left-handed volley again. Chris?
Definitely his shot of choice, that left-hand volley from Adam Comfrey. They'll hope to get their first point on the board in this exchange, but they're not going to with that one from John Axford, just sailing along.
Let's not forget this is a semi-final of significant importance for all four players, either Chris. Four players would have been working hard in their respective clubs for an opportunity at an event like this.
Yeah, definitely. The players we've seen on the tour so far, Nick, so quite possibly the first opportunity to get to a final for some of these players. Well, great reset there from Ford. Good work from Ford, forcing the error from Axford now. So I think it's quite clear to see, Nick, that Barnes and Ford have decided to keep Comfrey out of the game as much as possible here, looking to continue to put the pressure on John Axford and increase his error count.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Ford, Chris. She's got the ability, like we see there, just to make balls round the back defence from Comfrey, not able to defend against Barnes. But Ford's impressing me like a very well established 3.5, maybe a 4.0 player here.
Been very impressed so far. And on the turnaround, they have a 6-point advantage. They are in control of this one, and they do seem like a good partnership. They seem to move well together. Their court positioning is pretty decent. First mistake there from Comfrey, I would say. He'll be disappointed, and now that is a 7-point gap. And after the turnaround, Nick, it's always important when you're behind. You want to get that first exchange on your side, don't you? Because it gives you the confidence that just a change of ends might be the change in fortune. Nice shot by John Axford.
Yeah, nice control on the volley push there. So Ford serving at 7-0. Yeah, well played. Barnes, great footwork. Third's nice in the kitchen, causes the pop-up and then puts the volley away. The partnership of Barnes and Ford are impressing me in this division.
Yeah, you'd imagine Ford's got a little bit left in the tank, Nick, when it comes to the rest of this exchange.
More of a Mustang than an Escort, that's for sure.
Good serve from Comfrey. A rare ace.
It's an ace.
In the game of pickleball. A rare ace. Certainly the first one we've seen today. Probably the first one we've seen for quite a while, actually. You don't get many of them in tournament play. Tempter there from Comfrey. Barnes just showing his paddle to the net, and that's where the ball ended up going. Serve goes.
Drop serve from Axford.
Good pressure from Barnes. Stepping across, reaching, volleying it back down to the toes of Axford. Side out. So Barnes back on serve.
Interesting serve style there from Barnes. Chris likes to put a lot of side spin on the ball.
Yeah, reminds me of the Big Lebowski and the bit of the bowling action there, but it's effective. Whatever works for you works.
Oh, I thought the ATP was on there from Axford. I would have loved it.
They've come out of the exchange with the side out, so probably a good percentage choice in the end there from Axford.
It's not all about the showtime, Chris. Get the job done.
Good patience on show here from both teams. And a nice shot there to end that exchange by Axford. Good work, good work.
Yeah, I love that rally. This is a standard at 3.5. Chris, things are looking up for pickleball in the UK.
Well, as a genuine side note, Nick, I mean, having played in a lot of the 3.5 tournaments last year myself, I did feel that the standard of them as the year went on just went up and up and up and up. So it's more and more people move into that category. It is becoming very, very competitive.
Yes, can only benefit the game as a whole here in the UK.
Good footwork by Comfrey to get to that ball, forces the error from Ford.
Ford tries the speed up on this occasion, but hits the wrong gear. And that's wide.
Just smashing that one wide. Axford looking up to the commentary booth for a bit of confirmation that his initial thought that the ball was wide was correct, and it was.
So I think we're at 2-8 here, Chris. Moonball return again. This time, Axford's ready.
And a good speed onto the volley of Barnes forces the error. And a side out once again. So the ball is back in the hands of Barnes and Ford. 3 points away from the semi-final victory.
Make that 2 points, Chris.
So Comfrey on serve there. Odds over to the second serve.
So crucial stages here of our semi-final 3.5 men's division clash. And Axford and Comfrey just struggling to score freely, Chris. The defences of Barnes and Ford when in the kitchen line just proving too strong at the minute.
Yeah, very much so. Nice touch there from Comfrey. Again, though, Barnes unable to reset.
So we are stuck actually at 8-3-2. And that ball is sent long by a frustrated Axford. Place the final, waits for one of these two partnerships. And Barnes and Ford are 1 point away from that place in the final. It is match points.
Nice serve to get the point underway. Good pressure there on Ford.
Opportunity to triple scoreboard again here for Comfrey and Axford.
Good drive to the body of Barnes by Axford.
Barnes has been body bagged. It's our first body shot of the day, Chris.
It is. It's gonna hurt and sting.
Might leave a mark.
Nice placement there from Ford. Parked it beautifully down the line there.
Great defence by Axford, but not on the final occasion. And it is Barnes and Ford who are in the driving seat here. Back to match points.
Ooh, but happens so often on that point. You try and do something a little bit different on his serve, forgetting what got you to this point. So Ford has the opportunity to close this one out. Unable to do so on this occasion. So another chance for Comfrey and Axford to make some further inroads into this score. And another point on the board. So a 5-point difference. They can keep chipping away, Nick. You just never know. Never know.
I like the tenacity and the resilience here of Axford and Comfrey.
Unfortunate there for Axford because he did so well to get from the back of the court to the kitchen line there. They've got a second serve, so still a chance to get a little bit closer to the score. Ignoring the call of his partner, but it's the right choice.
To me, you, mine, yours, Fordham-Barn. Get the job done in the end. Last match point, Chris.
Yeah, another opportunity, and this time the serve goes in. And that will be that, Nick. We have a victory for Ford and Barnes. Good work, well played over the course of the game. Probably deserved it. But I was quite impressed by the partnership of Axford and Comfrey as well. They certainly did not disgrace themselves on the live stream for the first time.
Yeah, enjoyed that, Chris. Nice to see players in action from all divisions, like I said at the start of the match, and thoroughly enjoyable encounter. Congratulations to Ford and Barnes. They move through to the final. We'll be back shortly with another game here live from the Weymouth Valley Tennis Centre in Dorset.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up a third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. The around the post or ATP is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is a traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow-through, the goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example.
Welcome back to Weymouth, where, Nick, we have got the men's 18 plus, 4.5 plus final between Ed Hares, Tom Turney, Daniel Ryan, James Matthew. Looking forward to this one, Nick?
Yeah, this is scheduled to be a crackerjack, that's for sure, with pre-tournament favourites and Tom Turney facing up against Ren and Matthew. Wherever you're watching around the world, stay tuned because this is set to be high standard pickleball. And of course, we've got a format change here as well.
Yeah, we are playing best of 3 and first to 11. I believe it's going to be win by 2, Nick, in the final. So this could go deep.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to. Ultimately, like we suggested, Hares and Turney who will start as favourites. But Matthew and Ren are no sure thing to finish in second place here, Chris. Already shown some unbelievable pickleball today already.
Yeah, they can back themselves in this one for sure. We're underway, Nick. So Ed Hares on serve.
So Hares and Turney at the top of your screen. And that's Ren powering the overhead volley at the base of your screen with Matthew in the pink.
So first side out of the game, Ren on serve. Ernie there from Matthew. That's what we want to see in this 4.5 plus final, Nick. All the skills on show early.
Yeah, great footwork from Matthew to avoid the non-volley zone. Catch that ball early. And pop it down towards the feet of Hares.
And once again, we've seen a lot of that so far today. Ren moving right across the court to get on the offensive, volley down the side, and a winning point.
Yeah, we spoke about Ren's footwork, but it's his anticipation more than anything. Great rally there. It's Ed Hayes with the overhead rally. In the end, great volley from Hayes. Great hands battle, great reactions from all four players.
Yeah, good stuff there. Red is wearing that ball on the back of the calf, a bit of a stinger for him.
This final already living up to pre-match expectations here live in Weymouth.
Disappointing there from Ren. Got himself into a good position in terms of where he wanted to be, but then the position wasn't quite right to execute the volley. Good patient exchange here. Speed up.
Great defence from Ed Hayes. Matthew chooses to speed up on the forehand of Ed. Hayes defends against it.
Mistake there from Matthew. Hayes is getting the pressure on now, isn't he, Nick, already? Really looking to turn the screw early in this final.
Hayes looks as if he's increased his intensity level slightly.
Ooh, nice shot from Ren. Turning percentage-wise, probably making the right choice to try and duck out of the way. But on that occasion, the ball clipping the line. Mistake there from Hare's. Good work from Matthew and Ren to start getting a proper foothold in this final.
Patience here on the Duncan exchange.
Poor choice from Ren that time. You can see, and it's often when you're the player that's not involved in that rally, isn't it, Nick, that you're looking for that moment where you can get, especially when their game plan has been for Ren to get in there on the attack where possible. Just a poor shot choice at that time.
I think Renner's already figured out that Hares is not going to go down the line on the Hares backhand. So Ren's happy to come into the centre of the court and try and dominate from the middle. Turney would like that one back again. I'm sure it's the pop-up from Ren.
Hiding
Turney
his face
takes it.
there. Hiding his face in his shirt, Nick. Would love to replay that one.
Great defences from Matthew. Speed up from Hares, just goes long from Matthew. On this occasion, the chicken wing defence from Matthew.
Nice shot by Ren. Just thinking behind Tom Turney there. Then he was unable to control his response to that shot. So nice play.
Yeah, great understanding and awareness from Ren.
But we're seeing this a lot in this game so far. There's a good moment and there's a mistake in the next shot. I mean, they need to start joining these moments together to start putting pressure on to Head and Turney.
Yeah, two third shots missed by Matthew. Two mid-court third shots as well. Great work in the transition zone. Great defence by Ren.
There he goes again. Matthew with his second Ernie of this final. Jumping over the non-volley zone, volleying it down the middle. Great bit of play again, Nick.
Yeah, wonderful from Matthew. Hitting the punch volley through the partnership of Turney and Hares. But there's the inconsistency that you referenced a few moments ago, Chris.
Yeah, most certainly. Great bit of work a few moments ago, and then a regulation volley clipping the net. They need to join these things up now. And there we go again. A lovely bit of work from Ren. They've now got to, I'm interested in what they do with this next point, Nick. They've got to now do something good a second time in a row.
Yeah, when Ren is the more dominant partner, they are winning more points, that's for sure.
That is better. That was a nice drive from Matthew, which opened up the point for them. Ren forcing the error, and they've got the point on the board.
You can definitely see a pattern where the efficacy is higher on third shot drives as opposed to third shot drops, Chris.
Yeah, and we said that really early in the day as well. That certainly still seems to be the case. That was a good opportunity there for Ren. There was a lot of space to play his volley into. Didn't quite take it, and another mistake there from him as well. Feels like after a couple of good moments, again, they're now just trying to force things a bit too much, Nick.
I like the intent from Ren though, Chris. The intent is to dominate the majority of the court, take 75-80% of that court with the forehand in the middle and try and win the point from that position.
Yeah, that's a fair observation for sure. Pairs on serve. 2-point advantage, so those couple of mistakes haven't done much damage. Attempted Ernie by Matthew. Ernie deciding to take the shot anyway, even though it was going on, because he saw a nice bit of space, be able to punch the volley down for a clean winner.
Certainly wanted the Showtime winner. Great defence goes in. Unbelievable defence from Tom Turney. Take a bow. Boom.
Great effort to recover it though from Callum Matthew. Nearly joining us in the commentary booth. Unable to control the ball, however. And heads with a great winner down the line.
Rare moment of celebration as well. Hares afterwards. He liked the look of that. Great shape on the forehand drive. Catches the line. And Hares and Turney are in the ascendancy.
Most certainly, and the mistakes are starting to flow now from Ren and Matthew in this one.
This is a quality performance by Hares and Turney, though. Chris, make no mistake about it.
Very much so. Nice bit of disguise there from Ren. Good work by Ren. Fooled everyone with the angle of that shot. Sets himself up for the smash volley.
Great speed up from Ren. Just gave him the eyes. Chris looked one way, played it in the opposite direction. Crowd enjoyed that one.
Crowd going the same way as his eyes, I think, to be fair, Nick. Good work again from James Matthew. Another Ernie, forcing yet another error.
Incredible amount of Ernie attempts from Matthew.
Poor choice. Poor decision making there from Hares. Too low to go on the attack with 4-point gap, Nick.
Yeah, still get the impression though that Turney and Hares are in control of this final at the minute. Chris?
Oh, most certainly, most certainly. Yeah, and that's a good put away there from Turney, just making sure that he didn't creep onto the non-volley zone line there, which would of course have been a foot fault.
Yeah, great balance, great control, great power executed by Turney.
Good drive from the. I think Ed was just inquiring as to whether he felt the ball was going to be in there. Matthew confirming the no probably was going wide. Fell into the trap, Nick. Fell into the trap. I think Turney's created that space.
Yeah, he's gone fishing there, Matthew. It's ambitious from him, looking for the corner, the straight drive, but it's such a difficult shot to deploy. At this stage in the final, when you're trying to get yourself back in the game, not the best tactic at all, and that brings up game point.
Yeah, best of 3 in this. Out.
2 points saved. Opportunity knocked here to trouble the scoreboard again and get back in this first game.
Forcing an error from Matthew. So second serve, they're 5 behind in this first game.
Great defence at Ayres.
That's better than great defence, that, Nick. That was so casual, beautifully placed. He hasn't got it back. He's placed his return there as well. Great drive from Turney.
And that's it. The first game to Turney and Head. Don't forget, it's a race to 2. So, of 3 games here, Turney and Head. See, Chris.
Yeah, they're looking in full control. Some really good moments from Red. Really in that first game for them. They'll look to improve on that in the second one. It does feel now, obviously, with the 1 game advantage, that it is Turney and Head's game to lose.
Yeah, I think the highlights have come from in the main with 3 earnies in first set. Ren looking to coach and anticipate on greater occasions as well. More consistency. I'd like to see them drive on that third shot with greater regularity, similar to Turney. Match fire with fire.
So, Daniel Rome will get us underway in this second game. Good pressure again to the back of the court. Ren unable to reset on that occasion. So an early side out. Get some early points on the board in this second game, this final.
Crucial second game as well, Chris. It's another Ernie from Matthew. Hares and Turney can defend against this, Chris. They need to stop playing straight drops into the bottom quarter of Matthew. They need to play central or over to the wing of Ren. Because if they continue to put the ball in that space that allows Matthew to jump over the kitchen line, they're going to continually get punished.
You're the numbers man today, Nick. How many Ernies has that been?
4 Ernies.
Ooh.
Showtime here in the final. Great shot from Ed Ayres. What a point. What a shot. What a player, Ed Ayres.
Very much on the stretch there, Nick. But great reaction to be able to get that around the side of the post. Wonderful shot. Very fitting for a final.
And they've called it out there, Chris. There's a politics from Ed Ayres. Thought it a ball catch the line, but called out by the opponent.
Good drive there from Matthew.
So side out, opportunity for Ren to get on the scoreboard in this crucial second game. Don't forget Ren.
Good work.
Ren and Matthew must win this second game to stay in the final. And there we see again, Ren just dominating majority of the court space there, Chris.
Yeah, but he was allowed to. Great setup there by Matthew, forcing Turney to dink wide, which popped the ball up, allowing Ren to come in on the attack. Nice bit of tactical play there.
So 0-1-1.
Another Ernie. Oh, that's a nice bit of depth there from Ren, wasn't it, Nick? Really kept Ernie back, so he was unable to reset. But as you mentioned earlier, they're still allowing Matthew to jump over the kitchen line and play his Ernie.
from turning a great rescue, but he puts the ball into what makes it difficult for Ren to respond. Great play, Tom Turney. All action here.
Oh, that's a good exchange, isn't it, Nick? Great speed of play, great speed of hands. Matthew just driving his volley into the net on the occasion. Or to miss those.
At this stage in the final, Ren was disappointed with that. Return serve. Gives Head and Turney a 2-point lead here.
Oh, lovely touch, Ed Hares. Great little volley down the line. On the stretch, made it look incredibly easy.
Ed Hares has turned up to play in this final. He's warming us up here at the Weymouth Tennis Centre. Some showreel shots from Ed Hares.
Very much so. He's going to have to do at least another 7 more in this game to get anywhere near, in fairness. But it is great to see one of the players in this tournament to the party in the final. Those 2 moments of absolute quality, not just giving them the point advantage, but the damage that's going to do to the confidence of Ren and Matthew, you would imagine, is quite a lot.
Well, generated a timeout here in the final, a chance for Matthew and Ren to reset. Just stop the Hares showreel from extending further and give them an opportunity just to get more cooking in this final crucial second game.
The mistakes are starting to flow now, Nick. You just feel that the momentum shifted to such a point where they're trying to do things that they weren't doing it earlier in the day, earlier in this match, even, and they're racing away now.
Storyline is, Chris, the pre-tournament favourites are in control of the final.
So side out. An opportunity for Ren and Matthew to do something here. Good patience, good pressure again from Turney and Hayes.
I feel like, Chris, that Ren and Matthew are running out of chances here in the final, and it's now or never. Here again, early from James Matthew. Is that the only shot he can play, Chris?
If it is, it's a very, very good one, isn't it? What I really liked was how he engineered that one, though. It was a really good shot behind player, which then elicited the pop, a straight pop-up, which allowed him to go and do it once again. Good pressure from Matthew. Turney caught in a bit of no man's land there, reaching on the volley. So second serve, Ed Hares.
Was there for the put away, but Hares on this occasion finds the net.
That serve goes out, Nick. They've got to get the consistency into this in this final if they're going to turn this around. They're 3 points behind. Second serve, they need to do something.
The enforced errors out would be the advice.
And baited again. He just has that lovely ability to open up that line, knowing that Matthew's probably going to go for it. And then he was straight able to move into there to force the error.
Yeah, saw the gap. And again, it's just an error, Chris, that Matthew and Ren can do without this game. Franklin score final.
But then moments like that, they've kept them deep, they've kept the pressure on, forced an error from Turney. 4-point advantage for Ed Hares and Tom Turney on serve. Good work again. Good work again. 2 drives, forcing the error from Matthew, the ball going wide.
And whilst we talk about the errors from Matthew and Ren, you cannot wait and to this stage in our final have been pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, they have. They've got them very much. The screw is turning now. And you'd imagine that it's going to be an amazing turnaround to see this final going any other way than victory for Hares and Turney.
They look in control. Pose. Ready to lift the first gold medal of 2025 here for Pickleball. Down on the side here in a very cold Dorset.
So Hares and Turney need 3 more points. They are on their second serve. A big advantage.
Nice return from Ren. Stays low. Turney can't profit on the mid-court return, but it's a slice that causes the trouble. Because we saw that early on in the day.
Definitely taking some notes for when I get on court a little bit later, Nick, that's for sure. Slice returns, drive my thirds, I think would be
Pretty good to me, coach.
and red 7 layers. Shot, Ed Hares, absolute control at that point. Finished it with a bit of a flourish. Side out again. Well, when you get into this kind of zone, Nick, it does become easy, doesn't it? I mean, it's just flowing now.
There we go again. Ed Hares is unbelievable in this final, demonstrating standard of such a high ability.
Great reset. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's a good moment there for Daniel Wren. Haven't seen too many of those in this second game of this final. Played that very, very nicely. But second serve.
It's right forehand of Ren. Exquisite.
That just goes long from Hares. But then all they got to do at the moment is just keep knocking up a point on each serve, 2 points on each serve, because it's a long way back for Wren and Matthew at this point.
There's no trouble for Chris. And can even afford slight errors like that. Is the gap here in this final.
Well read by Turney. Great reset from Turney. Oh.
Heads. That's going to hurt, Chris. That's going to leave a mark. But unbelievable defence from Turney on the ATP and then to keep that ball alive.
Very much so. Ed Hares hasn't even flinched, though, Nick, to be fair to him. He is very much in the moment. Now, it has to be said that they are chipping away a little bit at this score now. Whilst Hares and Turney feel like they have been in control for 99% of the game, it's now a 4-point, whereas earlier it was a 7-point difference. So I think it's Hares and Turney that have just called that timeout as well, just to have a little bit of a break. Kill that momentum of Matthew and Wren, a bit like the Aston Villa goalkeeper liking to go down in injury time, just to kill any momentum that might be happening on in a game of football. So probably tactically very wise, Nick.
Yeah, wise move from Turney. Hares is just a little bit of time to check his shoulder as well after receiving the volley from Wren. But yeah, just definitely stop the momentum. Point's crucial. Let's see if it's successful. No, they weren't because the return goes along the interroute forehand serve from Wren. Sends Hares running. That momentum continues.
good patience for Hares there, just waiting for the right opportunities on the attack. They just need one more of those, I would reckon, Nick, and then I think we'll see them very much back in control of it in this final. Nice reset from Ren.
Footwork from Matthew. Oh, fantastic play from
Really good.
Ren and Matthew. Caught there with Matthew coming across one way, but Ren read it.
2-point difference, Nick. This is getting closer than we thought.
I wasn't expecting this 5 minutes to go, Chris.
Oh, good work, Hares. Good reactions. Drives it down. Gets the side out, which they needed at this point. Momentum had shifted once again. Now they have got control of the ball. Error from Hares.
Third in play here. Critical point. And Hares sends it long again.
So there's a big window of opportunity here now for James Matthew on serve, Nick.
It's a momentum shift, Chris. I can feel it. Great defence from Turney. That ball's already.
Yeah.
I think, Chris, stem your excitement. The ball is already called out, but it's a one.
Incredible comeback from the two boys at the far end, Nick. I'm really impressed with their mental attitude to stay in this game.
And that just sailed
That's
on from Matthew, and it was minimal. And Matthew knows it. Opportunity for Turney and Hez to arrest the decline here. Crucial point here in that final.
Nice return from Turney. Yeah, that all came from that return from Tom Turney. Kept it so deep. Wrestled control of that point back straight away.
Turney and Hares need to show some composure here. Can they get over the line?
The mistakes are slipping in, Nick. The mistakes are slipping in.
Just dropped off slightly. And Turney.
Matthew will be disappointed there, Nick. That was an opportunity to keep them at the back of the court.
Match point. Not able to get the job done. One match point saved by Ren, and Matthew have got a chance themselves to draw taking this second game. Occasion takes us to 9-10 on first serve. Matthew stage a miraculous comeback here in that final. It's tied at 10-all. I cannot believe what I'm watching. Do not adjust your sets, ladies and gentlemen. Ren and Matthew have clawed their way back.
That is a good bit of work from Tom Turney. Driven it nice and low. Very difficult to deal with there for Ren. On to a second serve. Tied at 10-all still. Nice work from Matthew. Forcing Turney wide onto a low dink on the double-handed backhand. Very difficult to deal with.
Point, Matthew. Ren, take up.
Oh, good work, Tom Turney. Good work, Tom Turney.
Explosive from Turney on the kitchen line. He's right, he's left. Nice and long. And he's loving it. Hares is loving it. I'm loving it. The crowd here in Weymouth are loving it. Are you loving it, Chris?
I am loving it, Nick. This is a very, very good game. I'm so pleased it's gone on longer than we thought it was going to because it's really turned into a classic.
Here for Pickleball events, first Frank Tour events. And he's mobile on that kitchen line.
Oh, and he's put it long.
He can't believe it. He drops his paddle in disgust. The volume's there. The pop-up happened. He couldn't punish the pop-up, Chris. Match point number 2 for Turney and Hares. Chris can't get to the kitchen, or can he? He's there now. Top spin speed.
Oh, very good work, Matthew. He's driven that low, forced the error. The ball's gone long. They are still in this final.
Win by 2 here in this crucial second game. And it's a third that goes to the foot of the net. Not now, James Matthew. Not now.
Oh, that's a good recovery for Ren.
Unbelievable from Ren. Unbelievable from Matthew. Up, and Matthew gets the net tape and apologises quickly. I don't think he's sorry, Chris.
I don't think he is either, but I think they deserve to come out of that rally on top. They controlled that point beautifully. And we're at 12 all now in the second game of this final. Good work, Tom Turney, forcing the error from Ren. Start out.
Chris, great placement on the volley.
Yeah, good work again. In these crucial moments, I'm seeing Tom Turney really come to the fore.
Oh, it's another volley error from Matthew.
Very
Third
much
match
put under
point.
pressure, though. Very much put under pressure with that volley there from Ed Hare's third match point. Can they do it this time, Nick?
Opportunity to win the gold medal.
And there we go.
There it is. What a thoroughly entertaining encounter. Congratulations to our first Franklin Tour winners of 2025, Tom Turney and Ed Hare's. Commiserations to Daniel Wren and James Matthew, who were spirited in defeat, showing grit and resilience to come back in that second game. But ultimately, it's the class of Hares. It's the showtime of Turney that gets the job done, Chris.
Yeah, very, very good final. The standard just increased and increased as it went on. It looked like that Ren and Matthew were very much out of it, but no, great fight back from them. And they'll be so disappointed they couldn't nick that second game. But fair play to Turney and Ed Hares to eventually close that one out. Nick, I'm just going to pop down to courtside to try and get a few words with our gold medalists. So we are joined by our first Ed Hares. Tom, if you'd like to come yourself, fantastic. With the player in the big moments and you must be delighted that you managed to see them off. It looked like they were going to get back in there. It did. I was quite happy with them going. They're actually winning. If we check a few points, like, so if he has one, that's going to really good stuff. They were there from New Zealand.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
Welcome back, folks, to Weymouth, where we are going to bring you the 18 plus 3.5 men's final. Barnes and Ford take on Searle and Owalski. Nick, we saw Barnes and Ford a little bit earlier, but the first time that we'll have seen Searle and Owalski on court.
I was impressed with Barnes and Ford in their semi-final encounter, steamrollered the opposition there. So it'll be interesting to see how Searle and Owalski stand up against Barnes and Ford in the final. Same format as our 4.5 men's final here. We're playing the best of 3 sets. And we've got a slightly different way of serves here.
I was just going to comment out myself, Nick, and that is possibly the longest paddle 12 I've seen in that scenario for a long time. But it looks like that Owalski came out on top of that. He is getting us underway in the blue top at the far end with his partner Searle in the black. And straight away we see that volley down the middle from Barnes that we were seeing quite a lot of earlier.
And so definitely be on top of their game to overcome Barnes and Ford here. Back again, I'm sure, but showing great intent with the volley though, Chris.
Intent is certainly the word there. He saw the moment to stamp some authority on this final early. Didn't quite work out, however. Nice reset again from Ford. Ooh, I like that.
Oh, that's nice, Owalski. Just steps across, gets low on the ball, powers through from the knees, and into out forehand behind Barnes was effective. Great shot, Owalski.
And that's what Searle was looking to do with the previous one. Powerful volley forehand down the middle.
The impression this is going to be competitive, Chris.
Most certainly. Well, he's got a bit of a touch about him, hasn't he, Nick? That was a nice deep serve, but then also a nice little touch at the kitchen line.
Yeah, definitely. And great play from Searle, who sent Ford backwards away from the kitchen line. Missing the volley on that occasion. Ford up there.
Ford just making the error there. His volley going into the nets.
Different types of pressures come when playing, Chris.
Oh, most certainly. Completely different game. Almost everything you've done in the tournament so far can be forgotten, and it's just all about what you bring to the table in this one.
Just highlights those psychological attributes important for players are present at all stages of the competition, being able to process moments, the big moments in the final, just as crucial as your technical or physical capabilities.
Yeah, I'm seeing a few nerves here, understandably. As we said earlier, we haven't seen any of these players on any of the tournaments so far, so quite possibly each of their first finals in an event. So it'll take a little bit of time to settle.
Bench from Ford.
Owalski was very much looking and waiting for that pop-up, saw it and killed it with a flourish there. Good work. Side out. Yeah, he seems to be quite up for this, and why wouldn't he be, Nick? There's a gold medal on the line here.
Second time in our final so far. Ford and Barnes who just catch the top of the net tape.
Probably would have thought of letting that bounce next time, Nick. Very much on a low reach there for that volley from Barnes. Unable to execute. Just wide there from Barnes. Looking to create an angle, but just giving it a little bit too much.
Keep an eye on third shot drops Chris. If there's one area you suggest that Ford and Barnes avoid at the minute, it'll be shot drops from Searle.
Nice serve. Nice serve from Owalski.
Seems to be 3.5 division.
Little fake there from Ford. Forces the mistake. Side out. So 6 points behind at this stage, but a long way to go yet in this final. He's got a flick of the wrist there, hasn't he, Owalski?
He's got a bit of power about him as well. Chris, well, nice slice return as well. Chris, we spoke earlier about players profiting from just applying a little bit of backspin, and Kowalski with mid-court return, but the backspin makes it challenging for Barnes to get that ball back.
Yeah, and it's the low slice, isn't it? Because we just saw a slice return there from Ford as well, but he took that from a much higher point. So it's keeping that slice nice and low, so it skids across the this surface.
Ford not able to capitalise on the pop-up from Kowalski on this occasion. And it's plain sailing at the minute, Chris, for Searle and Kowalski into an 8-1 lead here in this first game of our 3.5 final.
Very much in control of this event so far. Side out though, so an opportunity for Barnes and Ford to make some inroads.
And I'm sure Ford will forgive me for this backhanded compliment, but he's not playing to the level we saw in the semi-final as of yet, Chris.
No, definitely. He was very much a dominant player in the semi-final. Hasn't quite settled into this final yet. That's another pop-up. He'll be disappointed with that. Of course, the deeper you go into these tournaments, Nick, the more physically it takes out of you. So there could be an element of tiredness there. He just doesn't feel like the player that we saw earlier.
And we see strapping on the elbow and the knee of Ford. Might be carrying 1 or 2 injuries.
Well played again by Owalski and Searle. Bit of space there for Searle to put the volley down the side of Ford.
Game point, Chris. Serve goes long, but it's the second game point now for Kowalski and Searle. First game of our final in this 3.5 division.
Yeah, good dink there. Good dink there from Ford. They get the ball back.
It's just a game like that, 1 or 2 shots like that, Chris. A confidence boosters for players, especially in finals.
And there we go, another point on the board. So even if they don't get back into this one, just doing well over the next few points will give them quite a bit of confidence going into the second game.
Them find a little bit of consistency. Get those basics, the turns and thirds right. Get yourself into this ball. But there's the pop-up, and that's finished by Ford.
Yeah, good work by Ford there. Bit of patience, waiting for the mistake, saw it, killed it. Ooh, I think Searle saw the opportunity there to make himself look like the hero. Didn't quite have the control, but it was a good bit of work to set up that opportunity, Nick.
The end product wasn't there, but the work that came before was nice.
Oh, very nice,
wow.
Owalski.
That, Chris, is a 4.0 plus shot. Find a gap, spin forehand from below his knees. It's impressive stuff from Kowalski.
No, very, very good. Most players so far just staying patient in that moment. That was good, aggressive play with a great end result. Barnes is sending that one long.
So this is the 4th game point first game here in our final.
Good reset there from Barnes, which gave then Ford the opportunity to play the winner.
Ball, Chris, but the opportunity to get yourself is a crucial shot.
Oh, again, very nice, very nice. He's controlled that point completely by sending the player wide, getting the ball back again, and then able to play down to the ankles.
Now on that occasion, Owalski, a little bit more patience maybe in that situation, looking to repeat the success of the previous point. But it is now Ford and Barnes just showing a little bit more in this final.
Yeah,
Chris has
edging
settled
in.
into it.
Yeah, edging their way back into it, most certainly. It's 6 now, 6-10. So they were 1-10 down moments ago. Unfortunate there for Ford, just needed a little bit more lift.
The difference losing the first game of the final 1-10 and 6-10 is massive. So, and final game point there for Searle and Owalski, who get the job done at the 5th time of asking. They take that first game 11-6 after a 10-1 lead, but we have to say Barnes and Ford pleased with gaining some momentum towards the back end of that first game, Chris.
Yeah, definitely. They can take that forward into the second game, then they might be able to get themselves back on level terms, make it 1 game each. But been very impressed with Owalski so far. But then often when you see one player being the protagonist, Nick, it's very easy to forget the job that his partner's doing, being the guy just keeping it steady, keeps trying to get opportunities for the flair player, shall we say, to go in for the kill.
Yeah, it's been punishing his opponent with the winning shots, but definitely Searle, who's been the consistent partner in the team as well. Barnes and Ford, they take a lead, an early lead in our second game.
Yeah, very tentative there from Ford. Side out early on, so Owalski on serve.
Great defences here from Owalski. Oh, and it's
Just
just
long.
long from.
Yeah,
It allows you to test out the striking ability of your opponent.
yeah, it's got a double benefit, hasn't it? It's something you don't see often, so it can have that element of surprise. Also gives you the time to get up to the kitchen line, and yeah, if the opponent's technique isn't bang on, then mistakes happen from that serve more often than not. Oh!
In our 3-point final, and he loves it. The smile on his face will tell you what a shot.
Yeah, Barnes read it, but was unable to defend it. Great bit of work from Owalski yet again. Good work by Barnes. Read the pop-up, stepped across, and played his unique volley style down the middle of the court.
That just goes from the paddock of Barnes. By well.
The rat-a-tat there, Nick, and Owalski looking to drive volley, but clipping the top of the net. Cagey this early exchanges in the second game, isn't it?
Age, you just at this point, Chris. I think that would be the next step for Owalski, just to try and anticipate that shot, move his feet through that transition zone a little bit quicker in order to execute the volley earlier.
And also, not everything has to be aggressive in attack. There's the opportunity there to take a little bit of pace off that one as well. Good deep return, though, puts the pressure on the third shot, which goes into the net. That one is going long.
Ford and
And Nick, I'm going to have to leave you in capable hands here to commentate to the end of this final, because I've just been called by my partner as our allocated warm-up time is about to get underway before I head off to the 4.0 tournament that we're playing here in Weymouth. So, steer the ship home, my friend.
Chris, we wish you very best this afternoon in your quest for a gold medal in that 4 division. Thanks for joining me this morning, and we look forward to your progress this afternoon. See, we'll stay here with this thoroughly entertaining men's 3.5 final, where currently it's Barnes and Ford in the ascendant. They take a 2-point advantage. And we're just starting to see 1 or 2 errors now come from the paddles of Owalski and Sell. Pickleball, very much a momentum sport. That definitely stops the bandwagon from rolling. Great puts away from Owalski. Great reactions initially by Barnes, but the second one that was possibly going long clips the top of the paddle. So side out with Searle serving, looking to close that gap now in the second game. This all-important men's 3.5 final. They with a forehand takes that. Owalski, but just drives the fifth into the base of the second opportunity to score, though. And again, Owalski just chooses to speed up, possibly at the wrong moment. And Barnes is more than adept at dealing with the speed up. Yeah, great play from Owalski. I'm pleased to say that joining me on comms, we have a player who played in our 4.5 division this morning, which is Tim Spurway. Tim looked fairly impressive to me this morning, your first foray into the 4.5 division. We were talking about you winning the 4.0 division in Southampton just before the turn of the new year. How was your experience this morning? Yeah, well, congratulations to you on dipping your toe into the incredible levels of the 4.5 division. Definitely didn't look out of place at all. So Barnes and Ford are just taking control of the second game here in our men's 3.5 final. And Tim, you'll be familiar with two of these players. Yeah, I'd agree with that. And what a great forehand from Owalski down the line, catches the baseline. Brilliant levels of top spin. Ford confirms that that ball is actually, Barnes thought it might have travelled long. Just like to see Thurl and Owalski just get some of the basics back into their game. Some more consistency with getting the basics back, like they were in the first game, Tim. I've had one or two sound issues with Tim's mic. Should be able to hear him back
You've probably
online
missed
now.
all of my fantastic chat, so my apologies to the stream there.
And again,
Yeah, really.
Owalski just pierces that partnership, Tim, straight through the middle of Ford and Barnes.
Yeah, and he's hit that shot really, really well today. Just opening up his body, flicking one through the middle.
Oh, and that does take a bad bounce. There's not much you can do about that. Owalski sees the funny side of it. Earl sees the funny side of it. And sometimes you just have a little bit of bad luck.
Nothing you can do about that.
Great serve by Owalski, though, straight back on it.
On that serve. There's another there. Loves to come in, hitting lovely drops and work his way into the net. Worked out for him there.
Yeah, we're just at a 3-point game now at 5-8. Remember, if Owalski and Searle win this game, they take the gold medal home. Great defences by Barnes and Ford. Great speed up from Owalski, though.
Yeah, crack. Nice patient play. To attack, and Owalski took his chance.
Unbelievable defences from Owalski. It's a volley, though. Ultimate Barnes will be disappointed that he's not succeeded with.
Yeah, that one nicely. The
Owalski. Great angle, though, from Ford in the put away. Owalski was doing all he could to defend the onslaught from Barnes and Ford. And ultimately, it was a little bit of craftsmanship from Ford that managed to seal the deal.
That's exactly right, Nick. When you're in that position, the opponent's defending really well. Use the angles.
Yeah, great play from Barnes. It was a lovely top spin attack on the dink from Owalski, but Barnes rescued it nicely, and it was Searle who made the error. Moonball serve, moonball return.
down the line. Again, disguised that shot quite nicely as well, Nick.
Yeah, pinpoint accuracy, more about placement than power on that occasion for Kowalski. And this time it was more about power than placement, right to the feet of Barnes.
Yeah, very competitive.
That just sails long, the finger goes up from Kowalski and at the same time. 1 point game. Yeah, great placement on this occasion from Barnes, just splitting Kowalski and Searle. Second opportunity to score though.
Yeah, good patience there. Working their way in, waiting for that error, and the error came.
So we're tuned with the gold medal. Ford and Barnes need it to take us into a third game exchange.
Yeah, indeed. And just talking a little bit of tactics here.
Great defence from Ford. And then can't basics of the dink right. The defence from the baseline was great. Moved forward, had plenty of time to execute the dink. Not able to.
Return. Oh, and he's got a lovely flick there. He's done that quite a few times in this match. Where as soon as he gets just a little sniff of pop-up, he'll flick his wrist and pop it away.
Yeah, brings up game point for Ford and Barnes.
And that is a cracking shot, isn't it, Nick?
Absolutely phenomenal. Sends Barnes flying in the process. Little wink to the camera from Kowalski.
He likes that one.
He likes it a lot. So, game point saved. What can Kowalski and Searle do here? Not a lot on the third. Searle just moving backwards rather than stepping into the shot.
He's getting frustrated with those third shots. There's been a couple of those that he's just popped in the middle of the net. And that is fantastic.
Yeah, that's great defence, Tim. So, another opportunity for Ford and Barnes to win the second game of our final and take us to a third. Second game point. That's a great return from Kowalski. Just steps around it, keeps it on his forehand, sends it to the feet of Ford, who can't keep the ball in play on the third. Third game point.
And James will be frustrated there. It was served quite deep, but very gettable shot.
It's the baseline. What a shot from Kowalski!
And you hear that roar from him. That was a cracker into the
Yeah.
space that they'd left open.
Defended the attack from Ford and Barnes. Space was created. We'll win by 2. No, we'll win by 2. So we're at 11-10 now to Kowalski and Searle. So this is match point. This is their opportunity to take home the gold medal.
Good deep serve.
And not on this occasion.
And
So,
another chance.
second opportunity here. Second match point. Can they take home the 3.5 gold? There's a defence and it goes long. Congratulations to Searle and Welty. Commiserations, Barnes and Ford. But ultimately, impressive performance from Searle and Awalski.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be really happy to get through that second game. They fell behind quite far, but made a good comeback, dug their heels in, and towards the end there, playing some really nice stuff, really nice passes. So they'll be really happy with that. I think it's might be their first goal. So yeah, good performance from them. But well done as well to partnership of Barnes and Ford. Just that second game, they'd taken it. Who knows what could have happened?
Yeah, congratulations once again to Searle and Awalski. A thoroughly entertaining encounter here live at the Weymouth Tennis Centre. They're our first 3.5 gold medalists of the pickleball.co.uk Franklin Tour of 2025. We'll be back with more action shortly here live from Weymouth.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box.
Okay, welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre here live from Weymouth, Dorset for our first Franklin Tour event of 2025 with Steve Beale, Simon Farr, Pickleball events, pickleball.co.uk. We're pleased to get our women's draw underway, which is 4.5 women's division. At the top of your screen, we have Maisie Wise and Emily Jelly, and they're playing against Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews. It's Wise who's serving. So we've got Wise in the green, we have Jelly in the pink top, we've got Matthews serving now, her partner Waters just playing this serve. And it's an early point for the team of Matthews and Waters. Wise and Jelly, far favourites for our 4.5 division here in Weymouth this afternoon. Maisie Wise just happens to be a playing partner of mine, Tim, on the PPL Challenger division this year, an integral part of our team. Very energetic, enthusiastic player.
Yes, very, very strong player. Helen and Tracy here, Matthews and Waters, only recently taken the step up to 4.5, so this will be a really, really good experience for them to test their level.
Great to see players developing through the level, through the different seeds on our Franklin Tour with pickleball.co.uk. So it'll be interesting to see how Matthews and Waters get on today. There's a power from Wise, and there's a power from Jelly as well. Jelly, a very experienced player, also playing in the Franklin Premier Pickleball League this year.
And that is a fantastic reaction from Helen. She'll be very pleased with that.
From Waters, accelerating nicely through it at the kitchen line.
Take an early lead here. Very happy with how they've started. Tracy Matthews, a real power player. She'll be driving a lot from the back. That's her natural game moving forward.
Looks to have quite an explosive forehand as well. Lots of power, lots of top spin on that forehand.
Good play. Very, very good play. Keeping them at the back, keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, it's Wise and Jelly who can't make their way from the baseline up to the kitchen line on this occasion. Great placement on the initial drive from Jelly. Creates space, but just not able to execute second, putting the ball into the net.
Yeah, we saw some good defensive play there from Matthews as well, keeping in that point, making him play another shot.
Matthews just sending that forehand slightly long. Again, the early stages of this one, Tim, not too many rallies, but all four ladies have just beset themselves into the early stages of this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Slightly different courts to what they'll be used to playing on, so they'll probably take a little bit of time just to warm up to them.
Great defense from Matthews. Kelly with the speed up through the middle. Matthews forehand, more than adept at dealing with that, Tim.
Yeah, really, really strong reactions and anticipation of that shot. She knew it was coming down the middle, and she was already preparing for it even before the shot had been hit.
And Jelly might want to consider exploring a different part of the court with her drives, because Matthews is dealing with them at ease at the minute.
Good angle there.
Just manages to support Jelly from falling into the kitchen zone. Great power from Maisie Wise. Great defense from Waters initially, but it's the power of Wise that just presses through Waters on that occasion.
Just a couple of errors. Still slightly cagey at the beginning of these early stages in the match.
That's just wide from Matthews. One point lead for Wise and Jelly. Great angle from Waters on the put away. Wise and Jelly can do about that. Great placement, Tim.
Yeah, just, you know, keeping him at the back, keeping the pressure on, making him play difficult shot after difficult shot. And now they've leveled it up. Great scrambling by Waters there. But the return was just a little bit too much for Matthews.
Enjoyable encounter this one, tied up 4-4 in our race to 11. And that serve just goes long from Matthews. Looked a bit high at contact as well.
Yes, lovely put away by Helen, placement and power. And this is very much to and fro in these early stages. Nobody getting really any momentum or upper hand.
Oh, lack of communication between Matthews and Waters. They leave the ball to each other, and it's to the advantage of Jelly and Wise. That'll be a left, and we'll replay the point. Those of you playing pickleball in clubs all the way around the world know that safety comes first. This is the ball on court, play stopped immediately, point replayed.
Yeah, good poach from Waters there. Taking the opportunity. High shot down the middle.
Very much power players, Matthews and Waters, Tim. I just wonder whether they could test Jelly and Wise by putting the ball into the kitchen a little bit more.
Well, I mean, if they can get a few more of those,
Or they can just keep the ball rolling off the top of the net tape, right?
absolutely. If it works, it works. I think naturally, particularly Matthews is a power player, and high bounce on these courts. I think a drive attack is going to be quite successful, particularly when your drive is that.
Once again, Shelley gets no change out of Matthews on the forehand drives. Matthews defends and punishes. I like the step across from Waters to begin with.
Yeah.
Realised that Matthews was stuck on the baseline. Steps in, plays the defensive punch volley, allows Matthews to regain a position, then they win the point.
Yeah, and you can tell, Nick, they have played together a lot. They really are on the same wavelength. But there's nothing they can do about that.
Not at all. Punish me once, but not twice. Say easy, Wise. Great power from the Wise forehand volley.
There's been a couple of those third shot drives that have just been wayward, giving the serve back nice and easy. A nice deep return right in the corner. And the pressure on.
So we're tied up 5-5 here. Now first women's 4.5 matchup of the afternoon. Wise and Jelly would have started out as firm favourites for this, but not finding it easy against Matthews and Waters.
No, I mean, this game, if it carries on at this standard, this could go either way. They've really, really settled into this quite nicely, particularly given these guys that they're playing are seasoned pros and very, very much used to playing at this level. So good finish there.
Yeah, nice put away from Jelly. We're stuck at 5-5 after 2 non-scoring side outs. Matthews thinks she won that point, but it was definitely in. And it was definitely your serve as well. So 5-5 with Jelly serving. And that goes in, not possibly from Maisie White. Change of ends is 6-5 to Jelly and Wise. We just grab the mid-game essentially there.
Yes, just a miscommunication, and there's been a couple of those, and they'll be frustrated because they've been playing so well, Matthews and Waters. But it's anyone's game. Yeah, it's been really enjoyable watch so far, hasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, so really entertaining so far. Wonder what we've got in store for the second half of this game in our race to 11. If White Waters
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Hopefully, Pickleball will be the winner ultimately. I think you've got to go with experience. These guys, Jelly and Wise, have been around the block a few times, and they're probably used to putting games like this away. Although, having said that, that's not a great start.
Pickleball is always the winner, Tim, as you're aware. Tim Spurway joining us here down in Weymouth. all the way from Exeter Pickleball Club, although not too far away on this occasion, Exeter. Tim.
No, it's about an hour and a half drive. So we've got quite a few guys coming down here, coming up rather, from Exeter this weekend. The tournaments don't normally make it this far southwest, so we're delighted to have the opportunity to play some really high quality stuff in this part of the country.
Yeah, it's great to be here for our first tour event in Weymouth. Albeit a little bit cold. And here at the Coastal Resort in the south of England.
And there we go. We've got a slight lead now for Waters and Matthews. Just an error off the forehand.
Yeah, it's going to be consistency that wins this game, I get the impression. We can't earmark either pair for generating a great deal of momentum, fluidity or consistency yet, but whichever partnership does, I think we're going to come out as the victors.
Yeah, it wouldn't. It's just we're trying to scrap and get every single point.
Yeah, it's turned into a little bit of a dogfight, that's for sure. That's a nice speed. Catches Wise unaware. And that's what I was referencing earlier, Tim. The ability just to put that ball into the kitchen zone. Take your time in the rally. Consider a greater level of patience and wait for that opportunity to come.
Yeah, and it paid off there. Right time to speed up. Pays dividends.
Yeah, that's great power from Kelly on this occasion. First at Waters, then at Matthews. And it's the partnership of Jelly and Wise that take the 1 point lead. But again, slightly error just sends that long.
Yeah. I feel like both teams are feeling some pressure here. They know and they can sense how close this game is, and now it can go either way. And
Feels like big moments, Tim.
some great stuff at the net, some good defence.
Unlucky Maisie Wise. Great defence to begin with. There you see the beaming smile of Wise. Always smiling on court, no matter the situation. Just a great lover of pickleball, Maisie Wise. And that goes long. Lots of energy, lots of enthusiasm. Great defense from Waters, just doesn't catch the second attempt, and Jelly sends it back.
Finish from Jelly there. It's just the third shot again. It's pushing both teams out.
Yeah, this is a big point, Tim. This is a big moment in this encounter. Great defence from Wise and Jelly. And Water just catches the tape. And that squares this game up at 9-9.
got lucky there, Tracy Matthews, but it was a brilliant move across to take the first volley. I feel like both teams are really reading the game nicely.
Yeah, the standard definitely improved as this game's gone on. Yeah, great approach, Viper like Maisie Wise puts the volley away. Ball on court, replay, the point at 9-9-2. Here now, women's 4.5 final. Great speed up from Jelly.
Yeah, just pop that ball up ever so slightly, and that is enough at this standard to get punished.
Yeah, fine margins, Tim. Exploited by Emily Jelly. Pop up from Wise, and that's just called out to Maisie Wise. No, she gets away with that. Waters is disappointed, but it's game points. Jelly and Wise. And there it is. Jelly and Wise scramble over the line in our first 4.5 encounter. Congratulations to them. Matthews and Waters, though, Tim, shouldn't be too dispirited. They were competitive right until the very end there.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for those last 2 points where maybe it was just a bit of nerves, they felt like they could win the match. And then you're just trying a little bit too much, you're going for a little bit too much, and then the errors come in. I mean, it's experience, I think, just that additional bit of experience of Jelly and Wise brought it in for them in the end. But as you say, fantastic watch, fantastic standard. What a great game to get us underway.
Yeah, if that's what's in store for the rest of the afternoon, there's plenty to keep you interested wherever you're watching. Yeah, live with us in Dorset. We'll be back with some more women's doubles action right after this short break.
The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back, as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused a deciding error in this example. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team.
Welcome back to the Weymouth Tennis Centre here in Dorset. We're getting ready for our second game in our women's 4.5 division. Where we have the team of Graham and Campbell against Pringle and Goslin, Lauren Goslin and Ali Pringle, all here South West, and Kayla Graham and Kirsty Campbell from slightly further afield, but Kayla Graham, you'll recall, in the 4.5 event in Southampton over Christmas too, playing with a very experienced Sadia Locke. What can we expect from this matchup here?
Well, it's going to be a competitive one, I think. But Lauren Gosling, one of the bright young players in the country, I would say. Really good all-around game. And we've got Ali Pringu, who I'm partnering in the 4.5 tomorrow. Very strong herself. So I think we'll have a really good competitive match here. I think it could be a close one.
Yeah, all four players just finishing off their warm-up routines, ensuring they're on point for our race to 11, and it looks like we're almost there. So they're going to decide who's going to be serving now and which part of the court they would like. The famous hand behind the back trick. So it looks like Kayla Graham and her partner Kirsty Campbell will be serving, and they'll be at the top of your screens. Campbell wearing the brighter coloured footwear, the green coloured trainers, and Kayla Graham in the blue. At the bottom of your screen, we've got Lauren Goslin, who here has got relatives watching in Canada, Tim.
Her uncle, apparently.
Her uncle watching from Canada. Hello to you over in Canada. And her partner, Ali Pringle, who's wearing the blue trainers. So it'll be Campbell to serve, race to 11, and off we go. Chris Freundlich just making his way around the court. Sure, be in action. First points on the board, and it goes.
Bit of double miscommunication there, but they'll take it. They'll be pleased to get off the board themselves.
Yeah, well played, Lauren. Goslin sets up the attack for Pringle nicely. Impressive movement through the transition zone. Great defences. This time it was Graham with the overhead smash that Pringle's not able to defend against. So second server.
Tough to defend on these courts. The ball skids through. So when you do get on the defence,
That ball just goes long from Campbell. So it's a nice early lead here for Goslin and Pringle.
just went a little bit long, that return.
Graham trying to thread the eye of a needle, just sending that ball wide. So second opportunity to score for Graham and Campbell. Goslin on the return. Explosive double-handed backhand from Goslin seemed to good effect him.
Yeah, and that's something we're going to be looking at for today. He's got lovely technique and loads of that top. Very, very difficult shot to handle.
Just gets caught in the transition zone rather than behind the baseline to defend against the volley. Second server here. Nice third.
Hitting us with a dink rally then wasn't to be, but good play.
And the rescue from Goslin just goes wide, so that is a side out. It'll be Campbell serving in the early stages here. Again, it's just another example, Tim, of a game that's back and forth, to and fro. But there's the explosion from Lauren Goslin. One topspin forehand, two topspin forehand. The third one's not coming back.
Yeah. Hands on the net there. Like to see.
Great. Sorry, Tim. Just saying, great defences by Campbell, but it was the power of Goslin in the end that can't be defended.
She's got that natural explosive power. And that's going to be, I think, a theme of today.
We've got marketing executive, that is Scott Mayo, taking pictures here. Seems to have a medal around his neck as well, Tim. I don't know if he's bought that in a raffle or he's won that today.
Must have bought it, I think.
Himself, Scott Mayo. And we're at the turning point already in this game. It's Goslin and Pringle on top. They go into a 6-4 lead. So Campbell and Graham just looking to work their way into it, taking some time at the turnaround, having a discussion about strategy.
So Lauren. Just couldn't follow up with the second one, Ali.
Defences from Graham, not quite up to scratch on that occasion, just block volleys that ball long.
She'll be very frustrated with that return. So frustrating when you give your opponent a 3-point like that at this standard.
Things just seem to be coming easy for Lauren Gosling at the minute. Looks very assured, Tim. Looks very comfortable at this level.
Yeah, but always seems assured when she plays. She loves competing and she loves testing herself against some of the stronger players. So she's going to be in her element here.
That's impressive by Campbell, though, equally. Forehand, backhand volleys. She'll be disappointed by sending that one long, but previous point, nice control on her volleying game. So, opportunity just to squeeze back the advantage that Gosling and Pringle have got, but not on this occasion.
Yeah, good serve there, pushing out wide and points. But that's a cracking put away there.
Yeah, great volley from Kirsty Campbell. Bends her knees, accelerates upwards, gets the top spin on the ball and into a nice position as well.
Bit of uncertainty about the score.
So side out. What can Kayla Graham and Kirsty Campbell do here? 4-point deficit to make up. Great deep return from Gosling. Net cord goes the way of Campbell. Catches the centre pole. Misdirect Pringle. And earns the point. Ball's cracked as a result. No surprises, Tim.
Yeah, it's always when it hits that centre bit of the net, the ball can go absolutely anywhere. It can pop up really high, and that was just enough to put off Ali there.
Again, Graham just identifies the space on the into forehand, but just not able to capitalise. Sends the ball narrowly wide. We're on second server. Missed by Graham, who walks towards the kitchen line, shaking her head. Pringle and Gosling 2 points away from victory. And this time, it's Pringle who gets the look of the net. Game point. Yeah, great attack from a very impressive Lauren Gosling. Graham and Campbell go down fighting, but Pringle and Gosling look very assured, Tim.
Yeah. And you can see anything that's short that's coming to Lauren, she's got that lovely wind up and drive. You know that ball is coming down, dipping low at your feet. So difficult to handle. And yeah, we saw a few examples of that in that game and on that last point as well.
Yeah, very impressive. Congratulations to Abby Pringle and Lauren Gosling. I'm sure we'll be seeing much more of them later on today. And you'll hear much more from me and Tim after this short break.
When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets.
Welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre here live in Weymouth, Dorset. We're moving on to our next group game in our women's 4.5 division in the open age bracket, and 4 players return to your screen who we've already watched today. At the base of your screen we've got Emily Jelly and Maisie Wise, and at the top of your screen receiving is Kirsty Campbell and Kayla Graham. What can we expect here, Tim?
We've got 2 experienced teams here. Should be another good contest. I think we're blessed with the players that have come down to Weymouth. Some really, really strong teams turned out.
That ball's called long after just a moment of confusion there. Yeah, I agree. Strong brackets all the way through the competition, and that'll be a let ball. Somewhat fortunately for Jelly in that situation, I think, Tim.
Yeah, you've got to take those. I mean, some of them go in your favour, some of them don't.
Well, this one definitely went in the favour of Emily Jelly.
Yeah, good depth on that roll volley there from Jelly. We've had a few turnovers to begin with begin this match.
So a missed third from Jelly keeps the score at 0-all. 0-0, I should say. But that unreturned serve sees our first point of the game accrued for Jelly and Wise.
Yeah, it's always nice when you can just get a nice, quick, easy point off the serve. Gives you a little bit of momentum. And again, we see it there. And Jelly's really ramping up that serve. Getting some nice top spin on it. Difficult to return. I had to say it.
Commentators curse strike time. And of course, Jelly is playing with a paddle that she won't be able to play with much longer after July, of course. The paddle in Jelly's hands has failed the classification criteria of the US Pickleball Association, so it won't be an authorised paddle for tournament use moving forward post-July.
Well, there you go. She'll have to make the most of it while she still can. Good fast hands there. The net.
Nevertheless, the technique of Jelly means I'm sure she'll be able to adapt no matter the paddle she's using. Great pace again on the serve. Graham not able to return, so I think it's 3 unreturned serves, Tim.
Make that 4. And that's the difference at the moment. And if she can keep serving like this, getting nice, quick, easy points. Oh my scored, and it's another one.
I can't remember seeing a pickleball game where the first 5 points conceded were as a result of unreturned serves.
Yeah. The partnership of Graham and Campbell clearly having some real problems picking up that serve because well, that was a mistake there from Jelly. It was a really nice short return, very drivable. Fortunately, missed hit for them.
So opportunity here for Campbell and Graham just to get a foot in this game. And that they do. Wise sends the volley long. Ball's called in. Great play from Campbell. Look how low Jelly gets on those points. Just not able to take advantage of the third volley. Such a wide base, such a low position.
Yes. That's a lovely deep return. And I think that's been one of the differences so far in this match is the ability of Wise and Jelly to hit that return nice and deep and get ahead in the rally. Not give easy opportunities to, oh my.
Wow. Emily Jelly, did you close your eyes? Or is there a hole in that paddle of yours? Maybe she'll be happy to give up the paddle.
Yeah, maybe she should switch now.
Very rare error from Jelly, who just missed the ball. In her defence, Tim, sometimes the lighting in these tennis domes can make it difficult to pick up the brightness of the Franklin X40.
I don't think there's a pickleball player out there that hasn't done that. This is a nice comeback run here. From 5-love down to 5-all.
Jelly and Wise adopting the stack. Jelly keeping herself on the backhand side for the return. And the return does come this time from Graham. It does go deep, Tim. And as a result, it's success for Graham.
Yeah, and I think they've got to be really tight on their returns because, as we've seen, that serve from Jelly can really cause problems. So
Feared for my safety there, Tim. Ball coming into the commentary box.
yeah, no barriers to protect us, Nick. Speed up or taking the opportunity from Wise there. Smack. That's side out. Opportunity. It's a close game so far, 5-all. We'll see. Oh, and Jelly's serve's just got off the boil a little bit.
Yeah, just deserting us slightly. A great angle from Graham. Good defence initially from Jelly and Wise, who did everything to try and stay in that particular point. But Graham finds a nice angle. And more often than not, Tim, as we've mentioned previously, it's about the angle in that position rather than the power.
Yeah, absolutely. It was good play from Campbell as well. Really pressure on Jelly with those angles.
Graham just sends the third wide. And this time, Campbell sends the third into the net. So a quick non-scoring side out. Which side will get to the turn first? Nice roll from Graham on the top spin. Just lands inside the baseline. No, it's been called out. Wow. Just slightly out. Confirmed by Maisie Wise. Slightly out on that occasion. So it is in fact Wise and Jelly who get to six first. So there'll be a pause in proceedings, an opportunity for Graham and Campbell to talk strategy. What do they need to do in order to execute a victory here?
Well, it's since they've been able to return deep, they've been getting a lot of success. Going 5-0 down, I don't think they'll be too disappointed to go in at the change of ends 6-5 down. Take the chances and capitalise on those errors that we've seen creeping in to Wise and Jelly's game. I think that's going to be key. It's going to be, if you can cut out those errors, keep the ball deep. It's so difficult to defend on these courts as the ball skid through if it goes deep.
So change of ends at 6-5, make that 7-5. Momentum with Jelly and Wise once again. And this time Wise not able to execute the backhand dunk. But great play from Graham through the transition zone to get to the net. And Campbell keeps the ball deep. Wise not able to respond. So an opportunity here, Tim, just to close that gap for Graham and Campbell. But those thirds, like you suggest at the turnaround, Tim, they've got to start going in play.
Yeah.
Got to do a greater level of consistency with those thirds.
Even if it pops up a little bit, the first thing to do is get the ball over the net. You can't win the point if it goes in the net.
Power from Wise, Campbell not able to defend. So yet again, it's a non-scoring side out. Graham composes herself before receiving serve from Jelly. Defensive from Graham. Lovely speed up from Wise, who puts the pop-up away from Campbell. And those are the margins you referenced earlier on, Tim. Small margins at this level, but they get punished.
Yeah, absolutely. They did really well, Graham and Campbell, to get back in that point. But then that's just slight pop-up. Yeah, really good. Really good power shot there from Jelly. And then taking up a 4-point lead here.
Match in a Group A means 4.5 league game for Jelly and Wise. Victorious earlier and on the fringes of being victorious yet again. Big serve and very much the theme of that match. It goes unreturned, so victory. Sixth unreturned serve from the paddles of Campbell and Graham. They'll rule those errors, but victory goes to Wise and Jelly. Tim.
Yeah, I think that was the difference, really. That real power with top spin serve from Jelly, and even when the ball was going in from Graham and Campbell, it was causing them difficulties and leading to to those pop-ups or mid-court returns. And yeah, I mean, it's it's a determining factor in the end.
Very much so. We look forward to seeing them back in action live later on this afternoon in knockout stages, I'm sure. And we'll be back with another group game right after a word from our sponsors.
When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team, and aim diagonally into the opposite service box.
Welcome back to Great Valley Tennis Centre here live in Dorset. And if ever there was an encounter to warm you up to, it's the one we've got scheduled next. It's the game between Maisie Wythe and Emily Shelley, and Pringle and Lauren Goslin.
Yeah, as I said to you before, Nick, I was looking forward to this one, looking forward to this matchup. I think this could be a close one. Yeah, we'll see what's the side he's going to be serving. Sure who's won.
Tim, you were telling me earlier a little bit of inside knowledge on just how young Lauren Goslin is. Not even at the age of 16 yet.
No, no. I believe she's 14. She might. Oh, is she 15? 15. She must have had a birthday since.
You overheard us, Tim. She's confirmed she's actually 14, which is mightily impressive. Slightly younger than her partner.
So Emily Weiss, you get us underway here.
Yeah, great start from Jelly. Top spin forehand down the line to the forehand of Pringle, who just sends that volley long. So race to 11. Don't forget, first point on the board for Wise and Jelly. They go into an early 1-0 lead. And Goslin just sends that top spin forehand into the net. So at 2-0, it's a nice quick start for Jelly and Wise. Great defences. And this time Goslin just puts the ball wide. So nervy early exchanges. We're at 3-0.
Yeah, they want to get back in this quick and not let this game get away from them.
And that pop-up is punished by Jelly. So first 4 rallies of the game go in favour of Wise and Jelly, who are looking stronger as this competition progresses, but great return from Abby Pringle.
Yeah, very, very deep. And, put that one into the net. That should be very frustrating for her. Here's that third. Just popped into the net and it's a quick turnover. They got the back, but weren't able to capitalise and get any points.
And that's the difference at this level, Tim. Every rally is crucial because before you know it, the train gathers pace and you're left back at the station.
That's a good metaphor, Nick. That's how I was feeling this morning playing at 4-5. No easy 3 points. So if you do make an error, and you've got a quick change of ends here, 6-0.
I think you're doing yourself a disservice, Tim, reflecting on your morning performance. You're playing against some of the top players in the country in an absolutely stacked bracket and definitely did not look out of place at all. Neither does the partnership of Gosling and Pringle, albeit finding this one a little bit difficult, but they'll be disappointed with themselves at the minute.
When you go so far behind early on, it's difficult sometimes to feel yourself that you can get back into the match because you're chasing.
But that'll give Pringle some confidence. Yeah, well played, Emily Jelly. And Tim, I'm sure she won't mind me saying this, but she's the mother of a young child, and I always think it's remarkable the toil that women have to go through giving birth and recovering from that into parenthood, and to be able to play sport at the highest level is such a magnificent achievement.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, I mean, incredible, and Emily's really dictating how it feels with those heavy serves again. Got a bit lucky with the net there, but again, it's that power and top spin and so many 3 points just off the first shot.
Yeah, I was expecting great competition here, but didn't get started. Now it's difficult for them to get a footing in this game, but opportunity knocks. Get off the bagel, get off the donut. Do not leave yourself on 0. 2 chances. And it drops in, so there we go. It's the first point in the game for Gosling and Pringle, who ultimately avoid the bagel tip.
Yes, and they'll be happy. Really relieved about that. It feels like the game. Oh, Ali will take all the luck in the world. She got lucky, another one off the centre of the net. You never know where it's going to go when it comes off the centre. And that one just flicked in.
Yeah, good for you, Ali Pringle. Speed up from Jelly, just not able to be defended by Pringle on this occasion. Sounds like the weather's taken a turn for the worse as well outside, but it's definitely heating up here.
Good rally developing here.
Great speed up from Gosling, great defence from Rallies and put away from Pringle.
And that, I think, is the point of the match, certainly so far. Great reactions from both players, both teams. And Pringle got the best.
Great defence from Pringle. Wise goes long, and Pringle is on fire. Once she pops, she cannot stop.
We've
Tim.
seen a real raising of the standard here, and it's got them up to 4. Let's see if they can go any higher.
Speed up just as long from Jelly on this occasion. Tenacity, resilience, throw in some skill as well. And Goslin and Pringle are clawing their way back into this encounter.
Just one shot too many there, but they really, really well to scramble around and yeah, get 12 points on the board. See, we've got game point here. Wise.
That ball may have been going long, but it was played by Pringle to no great effect. And it's Wise and Jelly who go out on top. Played 3, won 3, all 3 matches on the show court as well. Congratulations to them. Very efficient, very comfortable performance. Pringle and Gosling won't be too dismayed, especially with their comeback, Tim. And that'll just be ruin a slow start in that particular match.
Yeah, that was the difference really. It was almost like they didn't get out of the starting blocks quickly enough, and by the time they did, they found themselves 10-0 down. But as we know, in these tournaments, every point counts, and they'll be really, really pleased to get 5, I think, because it was looking a little bit like it could have been another 11-0. So salvaging 5 points from that, I think they'll be relatively pleased, all things considered.
I agree, Tim. Fantastic action here live in the Wey Valley Tennis Centre. We're with pickleball.co.uk on our first Franklin Tour event of 2025. We'll be back with more action right after this short break.
When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, one either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. The around the post or ATP is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through, the goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused a deciding error in this example.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start.
Welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre here, live in Weymouth, Dorset. We're joining you with our 4.5 women's doubles bracket. Up next on court, we will have Ali Pringle and Lauren Goslin. She'll be taking on Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews. Ignore the graphic in the top left-hand corner of your screen. I'll talk you through the scoreline in this encounter. A slight technical error with the scoring production at the minute, so please bear with us. But for the time being, let's focus on this encounter. We saw Matthews and Waters partner each other playing earlier, and Matthews looked to exercise dominance, utilising her forehand as a particular strength, driving the ball with great regularity. Waters demonstrating an aptitude for being able to defend from some unfamiliar locations on the court, working her way through the transition zone nicely, and being able to dominate rallies from the kitchen line. And we're really familiar with the partnership now of Ali Pringle and Lauren Goslin. They'll be looking to start this game a lot quicker than they started the last, just to ensure they remain competitive in the bracket, but also competitive in this particular matchup as well. I'm joined live in the commentary box again by Tim Spurway. Tim, what can we expect in this encounter?
Thanks, Nick. Should be another good one. We watched Tracy and Helen Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews in our first game. So we're hoping for a nice and match. Seen what Ali Pringle and Lauren Gosling can do. So I think we could be in for a treat, Nick.
Yeah, I hope so. Tim, we're getting to the latter stages of the group now before the quarters, semis, and final kick in. So at the top of your screen, it will be the partnership of Matthews and Waters. At the bottom of your screen, it will be Gosling and Pringle, and we'll do our best to keep you updated on the score. My apologies again for the technical exemption in this match with no graphic on your screen, but let's enjoy the pickleball instead. And Waters just sends that one long.
Yeah, just away, so we've got our first point. Error there from Pringle. That's up quite nicely for her, but she puts her backhand into the net.
Great defence by Waters. Matthews just a bit high on the repeated volleys, and Pringle puts it away. So it's 0-1-2 on Waters serving. And this time it's Pringle that sends the ball long. That squares us up at 1-1.
So I was told in no uncertain terms after the match, Lauren is definitely 14 years old. So she just turned 14 as well, Nick. So, I mean, to be playing at that standard that we're seeing, it's something quite incredible, really, I would say.
Yeah, remarkable achievements already from Gosling. I'm sure she'll look to continue her progress through the divisions as the years go on. Great attack there from Matthews and Waters. Gosling not able to defend. Double-handed backhand from Ali Pringle, catches the baseline.
That's a bad leave from Tracy Matthews there. Well in. So that's a couple of points they've given away from leaves.
Ball staying low for Pringle, making it difficult for her to get the third back. There's a side out. And yet again, the ball has just cracked under the cold conditions here in Weymouth. Still temperatures floating around 3 or 4 degrees here.
Nice fast hands there at the net. Ali and Lauren. Positive early stages of this game. Yeah, good net coverage there from Lauren, taking charge in the point.
Yeah, great put away from Matthews. The overhead volley makes no mistakes. And this time she does make a mistake. It's a swing and a miss, strike one. Tracy Matthews.
Yeah, I think we can put that one down to the lights. When you're looking up directly into the lights, it can be really difficult, and we see that. We see that in quite a few tournaments where the lights are just a bit lower. And these balls, they're yellow. They don't stand out very well.
So 1-4-2. It's Gosling and Pringle in the ascendancy. Matthews with a second opportunity to try and close that gap. Serves long. And that's a great play from Ali Pringle. Lots of top spin on the dink, sends it cross court out wide. Waters hasn't got time to react. That ball hits the surface and just flies. Great movement from Gosling to get to the net and wide, Tim. In a situation where you're lobbing, sending players to the back of the court, get to that kitchen line, dominate the court position, be in the ascendancy in the rally.
Absolutely, and I think given that Tracy missed that that overhead earlier, it's not a bad strategy to use. And we saw a little bit tentative. And that ball just going wide, Ali calling it. So they go into the change of ends.
So change of ends, it's Pringle and Gosling who are leading by 6 points to 1, I believe. So nice and consistent. A better start to this match than their previous. We're hoping that we've fixed our scoreboard problems and the graphic should be back with you shortly. The landed backhand speed up from Gosling, defended nicely by Matthews, but it's Waters who just fails to put the volley away. So 8-1-2. Make that 9-1 here. And it's a dominant performance at the minute from Gosling and Pringle. And the speed up just misses Matthews, but lands right inside the baseline, Tim.
Yes, I think they're leaving quite a few balls. And I think they're maybe getting their heads just a little bit. They took the good smash there from Tracy Matthews to get the serve back and give them a chance to get back in this game.
Yeah, if they're going to close the gap, now's the time to do it. Yeah, great defence from Pringle. Waters on this particular play not able to keep the ball in the kitchen. So second opportunity. Return from Gosling. Catches the net tape. So that is point for Matthews and Waters. And returns from Pringle at 3-10.
Yeah, and I feel like they've got such power, these two, that if they do get a run and they do get a few big hits, they could well and truly get back in this. But that is brilliant from Lauren.
Yeah.
Really shutting that down.
From Matthews to begin with. Started the gap down the centre. So game point match point to Pringle and Gosling. And there it is. That's the end of that. Pringle and Gosling fairly convincing in that encounter. Congratulations to them. Matthews and Waters slightly dismayed after that performance, not bringing any power like we saw earlier on. Tim?
Yeah, I think they will be disappointed with that. They played so well in that first game. High intensity, not giving away any points, and yeah, I think they're going away ruining some of those errors because they never really got in that game, did they, Nick?
No, not at all. They'll be disappointed with that, but I'm sure there'll be further opportunities throughout the course of the day. Congratulations to Gosling and Pringle. They march on into the knockout stages, and we'll be back shortly after this short break.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can kick the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through. The goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People
Welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre here live in Weymouth, Dorset. We're pleased to be able to bring to you a 4.0 encounter in our men's division. We've got Camel and Attrell at the top of your screen. Attrell will be serving, and at the bottom we've got the partnership of Champion and Smythe. Very much looking forward to this one, Tim.
Yeah, we've got Camel, who's from Exeter, so he's been playing pickleball for quite a long time, and he's with me in the committee who runs the Exeter club, so very experienced player.
And it's Champion who's started really well here. And that comes off the foot of Attrell from Smythe, so it's an early 2-0 lead for Smythe and Champion. Champion serving just into the net. Lloyd Attrell, very popular figure in pickleball circles here in the UK. Tim of the Pickleball Store.
Yeah, that's right. Heads up UK Pickleball Shop. UK Pickleball Store, rather.
Yeah, you can regularly see pop-up events and opportunities around the UK at various tour events that Lloyd sets up. Does a lot of work publicising pickleball here in the UK. And the net cord just for Champion and Smythe there. Getting just one or two pieces of luck in the early encounters here, Tim.
Yeah, they're both power players. Clearly a bit of a tennis background there. Heavy drives with heavy topspin. Nice and deep, and that one gets its rewards.
We can just see Attrell nursing an injury to his right wrist.
Yeah, and he's normally right-handed. So the fact that he's able to play at 4-0 level with his left hand is nothing short of miraculous.
The Ronnie O'Sullivan of pickleball, Lloyd Attrell.
Harry Camel misses that one, and he'll be frustrated. It's a good opportunity.
4-0. Again, it's the net tape, and Attrell sees the funny side of it, but inside he'll be ruining the look of Champion and Smythe.
Yeah, and a good return from Camel there. I think giving Champion as few opportunities with his forehand is going to be really important. So those return of serves are going to be crucial if they're going to get any success in this game.
Nice drive from Attrell, and it's Smith who sends the volley long. So they're on the scoreboard. They're going to stack as well with Lloyd Attrell choosing to play left-handed. Camel tries the three up, just finds the top of the net. This time Smythe makes no mistake with the volley, punishes the pop-up from Camel and spits it right back at him.
Yeah. Real power play. Tough to get back.
Double-handed backhand from champion, just sails long. And there we have the change of ends. It's champion and Smythe who race into a 6-1 lead against a wounded Actual. And Corey Camel. Yeah, nice play from champion right to the base of Camel. Not able to defend against that.
Yeah, really tough to pick up that one.
So it's champion and Smythe who are running away with this one, Tim, as we possibly expected at the start, owing to the injury of Actual playing with his non-dominant hand and Camel.
Yes. They've got to dig deep and dig in. That's a great shot from Lloyd there. Oh, and he tried a no-look. And now we've got some first hands happening at the net, and it's Camel that breaks down when it gets to a dinking rally.
Lloyd Actual with the no-look. Showtime. Not paying off on that occasion. Yeah, that's a great shot from Corey Campbell. Makes Smythe bend low. Great play into the kitchen sink.
Yeah, Kerry that nice and low and made it difficult, and I think that's going to be key. That's a good drop from Lloyd. And they're battling away, but it's tough when you're up against guys who can whack it. Big champion.
Yeah, that's not coming back anytime soon.
Yeah, more success there from champion with that heavy top spin drive. It's really, really nice. Over net dipping.
What can Actual do here, the fans' favourite? I tell you what he can't do, and that's defend that speed up from champion. So that takes champion and Smythe to match points in no time at all. And there we have it. Victory for champion and Smythe against Camel and a very spirited fan favourite Lloyd Actual, who gives himself a round of applause. I'm not too sure why after that performance, but he's still smiling. We love him. We love him. Lloyd Actual, one of your favourites and one of ours. I'm sure we'll be back on a court soon. Yeah, you. But in the meantime, congratulations to champion and Smythe. They march on to the last stages of their competition, and we'll be back shortly after this short break.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2/6 left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
Welcome back to Way Valley Tennis Centre here live in Weymouth, Dorset. We're gearing ourselves up for the women's 4.5 18 plus bracket. Almost nearing the end of the group stages now. And we've got a clash between Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews, and two players to the stream in McCormack and McKay High. We're looking forward to seeing what attributes they've got as pickleball players here on live stream. Fully aware that these two players, Tim, McKay High and McCormack, are stepping up to this level for the first time, having advanced and progressed through some of the low levels at tournaments in 2024.
Yeah, that's right. So be a good experience for them, and yeah, they can go and see how they get on. Waters and Matthews, of course, leave it there. This is the first 4-5 tournament, so should be a competitive contest. And, Matthews and Waters will be wanting to put that last lot behind them.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the encounter. I'm expecting Matthews and Waters to show a little bit more intensity, a little bit more positivity, and a little bit more power in the early stages of this game. And it looks like we're about to get underway. We've got the team of McKay and McCormack wearing grey jumpers and black leggings, but it's McCormack in the white trainers, for those of you not familiar with the players. Waters and Matthews we've seen on screen already today. It's Matthews in the beige top. And Waters just checking that we're still going first to 11 here. Yeah. So we're finally ready, and it's a non-return serve to begin with from Matthews.
Nice little hands battle there to get us going in this match.
Yeah, nice control of the paddle from McKay. And McCormack just putting the ball into the net there. So Waters and Matthews are on the board. Yeah, there's the power that we didn't see in the last game, Tim. That's evident at the start of this, and that comes to fruition for Matthews on the third shot.
Yeah, I think they'll be trying to utilise a lot of that heavy drive from Matthews as a real weapon.
Great put away from McCormack. Kept focus on the ball, good connection. Nice and powerful. Matthews not able to rescue that particular ball. Wow, dodged by Waters. Feared for a safety more than anything else. That ball just sailing long.
Yeah, an incredibly underrated skill is the ability to know when the ball is going out and then to employ some fancy manoeuvres to let it go.
That ball's just called long on the return. So Waters and Matthews just take a slight lead in the early stages of this encounter in our women's 4.5 bracket.
Seeing that power again, both players there, forcing the error.
And again, it's the power, Tim. It's all about the Matthews forehand. When she's expressing that level of power, it's difficult to defend against.
And the thing is, a lot of players coming into this tournament probably won't be used to dealing with that kind of power.
Great hustle from Matthews. Big cheer as well. Defends on the backhand side. Overhead volley comes in from McCormack, but just goes long. And there we go. It's a change of ends. And we asked for intensity, Tim. We've got it from Matthews and Waters.
Yeah, absolutely. That's previous game, just a distant memory now. They'll be feeling pretty happy and confident. Change of ends going into this 6-2 with the serve.
Matthews just mistimes the serve after the short interlude. Trying to warm her hands up there, Tim. She can join the club on that front, that's for sure.
Yes. Very cold conditions in this hall. So that's another thing that all the players are having to deal with. Try and keep warm.
And that drive from Matthews just comes off the top edge of McCormack. And that might be one of the things that McCormack and McKay just need to adapt to at this level. And that's the power and the striking ability of their opponents at 4.5 level. Tim.
Yeah, you do see a step up often from 4-0. Those balls come through with just a little bit more bite.
Slightly errant there from McCormack, Tim, but I love to see the positivity, the smiles, the effort, the enjoyment, the love of the sport.
Absolutely, that is what it's all about. And they get a good following on into the net there. Power just a little bit too much for Tracy Matthews to get back.
Great third from McCormack, and that sets up the opportunity to win that point.
Yeah.
Waters just not being able to deal with the ball low down at her feet, but brilliant third from McCormack.
Yeah, really good play. Really good. Focusing on that backhand side as well.
And again, great defences, but great work through the transition zone from Mackay, who works away from the baseline to the kitchen line effectively, managing to execute a dink low down. And it's Waters who sends that ball out wide.
A nice put away there from Tracy. Ball sat up quite nicely. And her opponent coming in, just popped away down at her feet.
Waters on the drive this time. Mackay just sends that ball long on the volley. Great pickup. Great defence. Speed up again from Waters though. There's the power. There's the drive. Thou shall not pass.
Yeah, and you know when you hit a good defensive shot, that ball's coming back at you again with power in the next shot. It's just that accumulation of shots, difficult shots.
Yeah, need to develop the ability to reset in those situations, getting the ball back into the kitchen to promote the opportunity to stay on top. But there we see the victory for Waters and Matthews against the spirited McKay and McCormack. But ultimately, the power and intensity from Waters and Matthews just too strong, Tim.
Yeah, they were right back to their best there. Strong strokes from the strong ground strokes, really putting the pressure on. And yes, as we said, these guys stepped up, McCormack and McKay. But on this occasion, just a little bit too much power from Waters and Matthews.
Fantastic action here in the Way Valley Tennis Centre. We'll be back live with more from our ladies 4.5 division shortly. Do not go anywhere.
Waiting for people ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone.
So here we are live with our women's 4.5 encounter. At the top of your screen we have Campbell. Sorry, at the bottom of your screen we've got Campbell and Graham. At the top of your screen we've got McKay and McCormack. It's McKay who's serving to Campbell. Takes an awkward bounce. And McCormack's able to take advantage of that. A very unlucky Campbell on that occasion. Victim of a dodgy bounce, Tim.
Yeah, indeed. So, McCormack's hit some pretty nice shots early stages of this game. Stepping up her game.
Great put away from Campbell, stretching, manages to get over the top of the ball, keeps it down and puts it straight through the middle of McKay and McCormack. Great reset from Graham.
Oh,
And great defences from Campbell. The initial reset from Graham was phenomenal. The defence and the speed up from Campbell, outstanding. Great play from Graham and Campbell.
and that just touched the racket of McCormack there.
Yeah, great play from Graham again though. It's the third shot drop that sets it up. Just try and keep an ear out for the score here. Sure, we've got it right on screen, Tim. Hopefully one of the players will help us out in a minute.
Score.
3-3, there we go. Yeah, great placement from McCormack on the initial volley. Second volley brings Graham forward, who's not able to capitalise from there. So it's a side out, an opportunity for McKay and McCormack just to close the gap.
Yeah, lovely return there from Graham, putting the pressure on, and third shot drop hits the net. No score, side out. Gives Graham and Campbell another opportunity to get ahead here.
Yeah, nice poise from McCormack. Steadies herself, gets a solid foundation, and puts the overhead volley away.
Yeah, you feel like when McCormack gets ahead in the point, she very rarely lets it go. She's got very nice technique on that smash. And there we see, oh, tried to be a little bit too cute with that.
It's a great hustle from Graham though, out wide on the forehand side. Pop up from Campbell's punished by McKay. Lob just goes long. Campbell knew it all along. Yeah, unlucky from McCormack in that situation. Defends the overhead smash from Campbell, but not the response from Graham. And that's an unreturned serve. So it is Campbell and Graham who establish a 2-point lead and some fresh air in this encounter. Great response from McCormack. Sends it back to where it came from, but with a little bit extra on it, Tim.
Yes, yeah, McCormack does have that ability to just inject a little bit of pace into those shots and make it a little bit more difficult for Graham Campbell.
So McKay serving with McCormack down at the top end of your screen. Really need start putting their foot on the pedal here, getting some points on the board, and that's the best way to do it. Driving through the transition zone, putting the volley away deep into the court. Well played, McCormack.
And that's, we see McCormack at her best when she's moving forward into those shots with power and precision. It's joy to behold.
Slightly long on this occasion from McKay, but they're very much in this fixture, Tim. Very close call this game.
Absolutely. It's just a point here and there, and we've got a good dinking rally developing here. With patience from both teams, and McCormack, the opportunity did arise, but it was just slightly too low, and she put it in the net.
And that exchange brings about a change of ends. Graham and Campbell first to get to 6. So a 2-point lead for Campbell and Graham. So what do McCormack and McKay need to do better to get themselves back into this fixture?
I think when McCormack gets the forehand going, I think she can really cause some damage. So I would, if I were giving any advice, and I know I'm not qualified, though, but I would say if McCormack can come across and take some of those forehands, because he is a real weapon.
Yeah, thoroughly agree. Definitely a strength for McCormack. That's nice from Graham, just testing out the kitchen line ability of McCormack. Yeah, great drive from Campbell, just misdirects McKay Hay.
Yeah, real quality shot there. Saw McKay Hay moving across and just went behind her at the last second.
Graham just overcooking that particular drop. So opportunity knocks for Mackay High and McCormack to score here. And score they do. An unreturned serve just puts another point on the board and they close that gap to 3.
Oh,
Great hands battle ended ultimately with a touch of class, a touch of finesse from Graham, but great defence from Campbell initially, counteracted by Mackay High, but ultimately great reactions all around him.
yeah, absolutely. Great play from both teams there. Best point of the match so far.
Great angle, Kayla Graham. That's brilliant. Just focuses on the put away rather than the power. And again, there's some joy there for Graham at the feet of McCormack, particularly at that kitchen line. That's a great leave from Graham. Sees that ball's going long, and that brings up match point for Graham and Campbell.
And there you go. It finishes with an error, which is a bit, but felt like Graham and Campbell just up their game there towards the end. Didn't really cut out the errors, and yeah, a good competitive match, Nick.
Yeah, convincing from Graham and Campbell, who at the midpoint took a 2-point lead, and it proved unassailable for Mackay and McCormack. Congratulations to Graham and Campbell. We look forward to seeing them in the latter stages of our women's 4.5 division. We'll be back with Right More shortly after this short break.
When attacking cross-court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up a third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. The around the post or ATP is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through, the goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example.
you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play.
Welcome back to the Way Valley Tennis Centre here live in Weymouth. We're pleased to be able to bring you a 4.5 ladies semi-final clash between Lauren Goslin and Ali Pringle up against Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews. Joining me live again for this semi-final is Tim Spiraway. Tim, what can we expect here?
Yeah, looking forward to this one. This is going to be a competitive one. I think now we're into the semi-final stage. These guys will be sniffing a medal and they'll not be wanting to leave anything off the court.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a nice early start for Goslin and Pringle who got off the board. Get the first points of this semi-final. Still a race to 11. Great drive from Waters. Initially gets a little bit of luck on the second plate off the net tape. But again, it's that intensity from the partnership of Waters and Matthews that let's seen them have success today. And that just sails long from Pringle, unfortunately, for her.
Yeah, good shot from Matthews there, finding a bit of space when they were crossing over, making that shot really tough.
I like the defences, I like the attack, but ultimately it's composure that wins the point. Composure from Tracy Matthews. It just takes the time to figure out where the spaces are on the court and effectively puts the ball in that place. Great depth on the forehand drive from Matthews. Goslin backing up just creates the space for Matthews to find the baseline. The return from Goslin sets up the winner though, Tim.
Yeah, they've had a strong start, Matthews and Waters, and Gosling and Pringle try and get them back with goal. We had a good rally developing there, and just popped into the net, which gives them a 4-point lead early doors in this game. Precision play here, and Ali tried to speed up, and it probably wasn't the right moment to try it. So we've got a change of ends here, 6-1.
Yeah, the resetting ability of Matthews is outstanding, and I get the impression she is pumped for this semi-final. Great play from Matthews, who's taken the initiative here in defining a 6-1 lead. Gosling and Pringle, just an opportunity to slow things down, Tim. Consider their strategy and try and get the ball into the kitchen zone.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you've got to try and get away from that power.
And that one's not coming back, Tim. Not on the third occasion. Great defence by Matthews once and twice, but on the third occasion, Gosling says no more and punishes a volley straight through the defences of Matthews.
Yeah, it's good. Good play there from Helen Waters, anticipating that ball nicely and just popping it away down the line.
And it's Pringle who tries the lob with no real height. That ball just sails long.
Yeah, and we're seeing some really good defence, really good patient point development from Waters and Matthews so far, and that's really, well, it's what's given them this now 7-1 lead.
Yeah, cut out the errors would be my advice to Gosling and Pringle, and try and slow this game down.
Yeah, as you say, Nick, the errors just costing Pringle and Gosling.
That ball's just called long by Waters, just sails past the baseline, takes Matthews and Waters to within 2 points of a place in the final. Yeah,
And
the extra backspin, Tim, on that ball allows Matthews to generate even more topspin, and that just pierces the partnership of Gosling and Pringle. Probably not the best strategy to apply backspin to a player who generates a lot of topspin.
yeah, set up quite nicely for her there, and Matthews loves that shot. Good play there from Pringle. Not bowing to the pressure of Waters and Matthews, standing tall.
Second point here for Waters and Matthews in their quest to be good in that 4.5 division. Big shot of yours from Matthews.
So we're 110 now. Let's see if Gosling and Pringle can steal a couple points here. Yeah, good scramble. Really good scramble from Lauren Gosling there. And they are clawing their way back. 3-10 now.
Feel like we've seen this story before from Godwin and Pringle. Slow start early on in the day and managed to get some points back towards the end of the match, but it was all too late. Question is, Tim, is it all too late again?
Well, we'll see. Matthews with the game point.
Great power again from Gosling, who just explodes when she gets herself set from a low foundation, expressing herself through the ball. And there we have it, Tim. That is the end of this semi-final encounter. It is success for Waters and Matthews, who were ultimately impressive, and they march on to the gold medal match, much to the excitement of Waters. They look forward to competing for a gold medal later on this afternoon. Commiseration to Gosling and Pringle, but all is not lost for them. They go into the bronze medal match, Tim.
Yeah, I feel like Matthews and Waters there really did step up their game. Very few errors, high intensity play, and it was just a little bit too much for Gosling and Pringle. So if they can keep up that level in the final, we'll have a real treat on our hands. Otherwise, Gosling and Pringle got, as you say, Nick, a bronze to look forward to. So that will no doubt be as exciting a counter as this one was.
Yeah, we'll be right back with some more competitive action here live from the Way Valley Tennis Centre in Dorset, Weymouth. Do not go anywhere.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve on a team except for the start of the game, where only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross court, the counter attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up the third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball.
Welcome back to Weymouth. We've got an exciting matchup next in our men's 4.0 bracket. It's a semi-final contest between Spencer Smythe and Jamie Champion. They are taking on Darren Cornish and Nick Matthews. Cornish just asking us to be nice at the start of this semi-final. I don't think we're anything less, are we, Tim?
Always nice, Nick. I'd like to say always honest, but, you know, always nice.
So, Champion wearing the purple shorts and his partner in the blue hoodie, Smythe. And Cornish wearing the black hoodie with his partner Matthews in the white cap. Looks like Matthews just going to the tournament organiser, Steve Beale, to check on scores. No, he's going for a replacement ball. We've seen 1 or 2 balls crack under the conditions today, but I can't imagine there's many people around the world playing pickleball in 3 degrees temperature conditions, Tim.
No, but at least they're playing pickleball, not sat at the side.
Exactly. They could be sat here talking about pickleball instead. Nevertheless, it's Cornish to get us underway. And it's a strong start. Champion just sending that ball long. So in our race to 11, it's Cornish that gets us underway.
Yeah, nice bite to that drop. Cornish.
Great defences initially by Matthews, but as we saw earlier with Champion and Smythe, they like to hit this ball hard and hit this ball hard regularly.
Have a good defence there from Cornish. You read that quite nicely. We know all about Champion's forehand by now, having watched him earlier, and that is a weapon, but Cornish dealt with it.
Yeah, can't afford pop-ups like that in the semi-final. They'll get punished. So a strong start for Cornish and Matthews here. Both Cornish and Matthews leave that to each other. Neither one of them go for it though.
Yeah, short serve against Champion's probably not going to do the job, I would say. He will eat those up.
So another opportunity for Champion and Smythe to score. And again, that ball just bouncing below the height of the knee, but Champion looking to speed up him. Could be better advised just to pop that ball into the kitchen zone.
Yeah, and that might be just a little bit of his tennis experience coming in there. Always wanting to hit a nice top spin, but
two non-scoring side outs at the start of this semi-final for Champion and Smythe. That's a lovely touch though from Smythe, but well rescued from Matthews. Champion not able to execute the overhead backhand volley. Not too sure if that's in or out at this stage. Tim?
we'll see what the call is. I think they've called it good. Have they?
That's definitely long though from Champion. And that volley's long from Smythe. So Cornish and Matthews are racing away with this semi-final as we currently speak. It's better control from Champion though. So second server, I believe we're at 5-love.
We're getting a few errors creep into the game, which we didn't really see from these guys earlier. So a 6-0 lead early on.
Yeah, and Cornish and Matthews, ultra consistent so far in this semi-final. That just goes wide from Cornish, although I fear he may have played a ball that was possibly going out himself, Tim.
Yeah, I think that was going a good few inches out, that one. So he'll be a little bit frustrated about that, but it is pickleball. It happens.
Great defence from Nick Matthews on the backhand side. Double-handed volley, cuts that ball in half and it drops dead in the kitchen zone. Great hands from Cornish, and Champion can't rescue the wide ball. So it's the third non-scoring side out for Champion and Smythe. Matthews sends that ball long.
Yeah. Cornish and Matthews really not giving Champion and Smythe any easy points at all.
What a delightful backhand from Nick Matthews. Single-handed backhand, hybrid drive drop into the non-volley zone. Great play, Nick Matthews. Yeah, into out, put away from Smythe. Great defences initially from both Cornish and Matthews, but good composure from Smythe on the in-throw forehand volley. Tim?
I suppose it shows you the level of play these guys have to play at to get a point at the moment. They're not getting any easy shots.
Really enjoying the composure here of Cornish and Matthews. Fourth non-scoring side out in a row. Got to make balls, Jamie Champion and Spencer Smythe. And again, see volley error. So 8-0 in a race to 11. And Matthews and Cornish are in command. Not too sure if that ball was long, Tim.
Very difficult to see at that speed. He put pretty much everything he had into it. It might have slipped long, it might have not. I don't think any of them are confident about making the call.
So ball was called in after a short discussion. Great drop from Cornish. And great backhand attack as well. Champion not able to defend that. And this is impressive from Cornish and Matthews. 9-0, race to 11. Chance to play in the final here in Weymouth. This opportunity, Tim, for Champion and Smythe to trouble the scoreboard.
Yeah, let's see. So strong. Cornish and again, you see, not giving them any easy points. I think that's what I've been really impressed about in this game, Nick, is their real consistency, getting it deep, as we saw there in that serve, another deep serve. It just feels like they're playing their game to the highest ability. Wow, it's a great point, and
Matthews and Cornish had switched twice in that rally, from left to right, from right to left. It's Champion who maintains his composure, but a great rally nevertheless. Okay, so double non-scoring side out. Neither team trouble the scoreboard in that round. Can Champion and Smythe get on the board? Yes, they can. Eventually, unforced error comes from the paddle of Cornish.
yeah, and that return just falling a little bit shorter, which gave the opportunity for Champion to get his forehand working.
Great defences from Matthews. Defends his face, but also defends his battleground.
And that's the first real easy point they've had this whole game.
Yeah, Scorpion, like Matthews, crouches low at the kitchen line, gets his paddle above his shoulder and manages to punch the volley down the centre of the court. And another volley error from Champion brings up match point for Cornish and Matthews. Impressive Cornish and Matthews. Gold medal game waits. Not just yet though, Tim.
Yeah, you felt like it was almost there, but Cornish just overhitting that volley.
Net tape helping champion out. Cornish not able to defend, so another opportunity here for champion and Smythe. The backspin from Matthews just catches Smythe out there.
Really effective, that shot. Just completely bamboozling.
Volley error from Matthews. Cornish felt like he was there on the forehand. Matthews wanted to punch the volley away though. And that serve goes long. So here we go. It's the third match point for Cornish and Matthews. Again, just possibly trying to rush it. Tim?
Yeah, it often happens when you're at 10. You want the match to be over and you get that rush of blood. And I think that's what we saw there.
But that is it. The drop that goes into the kitchen seals the deal for Cornish and Matthews. An impressive Cornish and Matthews. They go marching on to the final. Champion and Smythe will settle for the bronze medal match. But I was impressed with Cornish and Matthews, Tim.
Yeah, didn't really put much of a foot wrong. You can look throughout the whole game and there's probably just 2 or 3 errors, not really giving Champion and Smythe any opportunity to get back in once they got that lead. So they'll be really, really happy with how they played there, and I think they're going to be a bit of a formidable force in the final.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Do not go anywhere, because coming up next, we have our women's 4.5 final. And I think it's going to be an absolute crackerjack of a match. We've got Emily Jelly and Maisie Wise up against Helen Waters and Tracy Matthews. And we'll be straight back after this short break.
What you waiting for? People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you waiting for. People ready to ride.
Our pickleball court is 44 feet long by 20 feet wide. Our service box goes straight down the middle of our 20-foot width, and our non-volley zone line here is 7 feet back from the net line. Our net itself is 34 inches in the middle and 36 inches tall here where it meets our sideline. The big thing about pickleball is if you can keep the ball in this middle area around 3 foot either side and hitting the ball cross court, you're hitting a relatively safe ball. Anytime you're hitting the ball outside of this window, you need to really be accelerating it, or else it's going to be a fairly defensive shot to play. You only score points when serving in pickleball, with games commonly scored to 11, win by 1. Both players serve for the team except for the start of the game, but only one player serves for the team. Serving twice would be too big an advantage at the start of a game. You always start serving from the right side of your team and aim diagonally into the opposite service box. When attacking cross court, the counter-attack back often goes straight ahead to your partner. This is why you'll tend to see speed-ups in more of a straight line, as it also provides a shorter distance to your opponent, making the ball reach them much more quickly and potentially creating an error. The return of serve must be allowed to bounce, so depth is key to keeping the serving team back. If in doubt, high, deep and down the middle is a good option, but returning down the line can limit some of the strategic options for the serving team. Lobs are rarely deployed in higher level play, but are effective to push your opponent away from the non-volley zone. Lobbing diagonally over the backhand shoulder is a safer option if attempting from the non-volley zone. When dinking, you are always giving up a third of the court. It's not possible to effectively stay with your partner and cover a gap between you without leaving other parts of the court exposed. In a cross-court dink exchange, the outside third is left open. You may find 2 sixths left open, on either side of the players in a more central location of the ball. The around the post, or ATP, is one of the speciality shots in pickleball. The ball does not need to go over the net, so a short wide dink is at risk of being hit flat around the post, being very hard to defend. To be successful, patience is key. The longer you wait, the wider it goes, but the lower it gets. The third shot drop is the traditional way to neutralise the advantage of the returning team reaching the non-volley zone first. Hit as a dink with a longer follow through, the goal is to buy time to move forwards and force your opponent to swing upwards, creating a chance to attack.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
In hands battles, you will see a combination of speed-ups, counters and blocks. When a player has initiated an attack, they will be expecting a counter back, as you rarely finish a point on the initial speed-up. You will see some block volleys to get the ball below net height and force an upwards volley or dink. The final reset block caused the deciding error in this example.
1, 2. That